I kind of have a dog going in and out of my room, so if I randomly stop and go muted, that is why. I'm looking after the puppy, so it kind of has a little bit of a priority. Oh my goodness! Ah! This dog is driving me insane, dude. Dude, hyper puppy syndrome does not want to go to bed even though it's his bedtime. Yeah, I'm trying to put the dog to sleep. I usually don't put the dog to sleep, but they go to sleep by this time. And the bro does not want to go to sleep. And he keeps biting my hand. My hand's bleeding. He keeps biting because he's a puppy and he doesn't know any better. So had to do the thing with the hand when you put your thumb on the dog's tongue so that way it makes them gag so they don't bite you. I had to do that. I've been wrestling the dog and it bit me. I'm hurt. I'm like fairly annoyed. I did go get a band-aid. Now he's scratching at my door. I want to like just dump him in the kennel, but also like I don't want to do that because I feel bad. But also I don't know. I'm so annoyed because it's all the fireworks going off. I think what kind of puppy? It's a lab. It's like a big black dog. Just you know. If I can't let him in my room because he keeps going to my computer and then he keeps like trying to like chew on my figurines and stuff, and then like I've tried to clean up my room but he keeps tearing it up, so I've been running around doing the baby dog sitting, but he just doesn't want to go to bed. This is bedtime. Put him in the kennel, they'll start scratching the thing, making noise. Yeah, I don't want to put him in the kennel because it's upstairs where all the fireworks are going off and the thing is really heavy and I don't want to bring it downstairs where I'm at. So he's just kind of chilling downstairs. He has all of his bedding and his food and his water and stuff, but I don't want to leave him upstairs because he's very scared of the fireworks. I understand that. But I tried to have him in here like for the first 10 minutes of the stream. I tried to get him to like lay down. He wouldn't lay down. And then he just ruined one of my shoes. And I was just like, dude, okay, I'm gonna just leave. I'm gonna take you out of my room. And then I laid him down. I got him to lay there, gave him one of his chew toys. And then I went back and then I just shut my door. And I'm just like, what the heck? No, I didn't get to do anything. For the 4th, I had to work. Are you kidding me? I had to work. I had to work on the 4th. I couldn't do anything hardly the 3rd because on the 3rd I was what do you call it? It rained and I only got to do a few fireworks, but luckily there's always tomorrow, right? No, I'm just kidding, kinda. I mean, we got all the big fireworks done. They did them without me, but we have like a few firecrackers and stuff that I'm probably gonna blow up tomorrow. Just to, at least I can have a little bit of the 4th because I had to work the 4th and the day we were supposed to do the 4th, it rained and there was like a tornado and stuff. So, yeah. So I have a video here. Also, if you hear my dog barking in the background and scratching on my door, I apologize, but like I can't do anything about that. He's just gonna ruin my door. It's okay, door's old. But also, like, I'm tired of him destroying everything in my room and I don't want him to bite me again. And I'm trying not to like WWE suplex the dog, you know. So but it's technically not my dog, so I can't like you know try and do I can't train the puppy how I would train the puppy because it's not my puppy, but it's still a puppy. You know, all I hear is Thorn's voice. What? Oh, okay. The papa. Little pupper. So I didn't realize how long this video was, not the answer, the one that you want me to look at that I was already kind of talking about, because I just kind of like put it on a playlist and I kind of like listened to like the recent cues while I'm at work. It's like a 55-minute video. I don't know if you want me to watch the whole thing, but I will. I mean, I could watch both sides because it's two creators that are highly entwined with Overwatch. I feel like it'd be more fun than actually playing the game as actually having a discussion of the game, because the game sucks right now, you know. But hearing me redo my rant, it's hard to do a redo if you don't hear it's hard to do a redo if I don't hear his points over again, so I kind of want to do his points over again. Plus, it's good to listen to people that you don't disagree with, like that you don't agree with, because it's just good to hear the other side. And you know, not that I agree with the other guy, Samito, more, because he says some things about like that I do disagree with, but like I think I'm in like a nice middle ground where I lean very hard. I guess no, wait, no, I'm not even in the middle ground. No, I won 6v6 back. But I just don't agree. But like with like 80% of what this guy says, I don't agree with. And I'm going into that mindset already, especially because I basically kind of know his whole opinions. He wants the game to be heavily around DPS orientated, and wants the 5v5 format to work, and is hyper scared of double shield coming back. But double shield was just a balance problem, which is the main reason why a lot of, like, you'll hear him say, like in the video, every 5v5 defender always says rose tinted glasses in Overwatch. Like, I'm starting to hate that phrase from how many times I hear it from people that defend 5v5, is the rose tinted glasses argument. It's like, dude, it's not nostalgia. And if it is nostalgia, obviously the game was better back then. Otherwise I wouldn't be like, man, we're out of the dark ages. Like, why would I reminisce over something that is intrinsically worse? Like, so-called worse. Like, I don't think that's the case. There's been plenty of games that were bad that turned good. Like, I don't think anybody reminisces over Fallout 76 on release. You know, I don't think anybody's going like, man, I missed the day I used to spend $30 for the color blue and got 0 XP and have to spend money on time savers. Man, I really don't miss, you know. Most shields pop 2 secs, and the tanks were killable. Tanks had like 300 HP back then, dude. Now tanks have like 800 HP, which is the main thing that I'm just like, I'm a tank player, and I hate it, because as a tank, you can't put enough HP in the tank and they don't explode because everybody shoots the tank first. Tanks blow up. You guys have seen this countless times where I'm just chilling as tank. I take one wrong step, or like my team goes left and I go right, and I can't see them go left because I am in front of them and they all go left. So I'm all by myself, and then I instantly explode. Or like, it doesn't even matter if my teammates, like an Ana will hit a sleep dart on me and I'm just dead. Cass hits me with the hindrance, dead instantly. It just doesn't matter. And especially with Pharah being meta right now, dude, Pharah's way too good. Pharah, if you're not mirroring Pharah, if like every time I think we've gone up against a Pharah player, we've lost consistently because Pharah is just too OP. I've always hated Pharah, but now it's just a Pharah meta. And dude, it's not just me. It's literally not just me. It's tons and tons of other creators that are just tired of Overwatch. Like, there was like a bunch of videos this week. I want to see, like, if I can type, I'm quitting Overwatch 2. Yeah, there's, see, Let me see this. There's like tons of videos. Overwatch 2 is broken again 4 days ago. I'm heading over to Paladins 1 day ago. Oh my goodness. Dude, this is insane. There's so many people that are just so tired of the, like, I honestly, like, I do 100% believe it's the 5v5 format, because you can't go from an intrinsically team-based game to an intrinsically solo play-making game. You can't. Overwatch 2, people always compare it to a MOBA, but it was advertised as a team-based game. Trying to get rid of the teamwork in a team-based game is stupid, in my opinion. Like, why? Like, I just don't understand. Like, I get it. People hated Double Shield, but it's not 6v6's fault that Double Shield happened. It's just that they weren't getting meta changes. That and Immortality was really strong back then too. So it was just a lot of things that happened with it. It wasn't just the double tanks, because like people, I get Zarya Reinhardt. I'm gonna use this as an example because I said this earlier on my Discord server. I was like, Zarya Reinhardt technically is a double shield meta because Bubble acts like a shield. It protects the person and it's a barrier that you have to shoot through. You know, that can break if it takes a lot of damage, but also it charges Zarya, you know? But in Reinhardt barrier, you know, once Reinhardt barrier is gone, Reinhardt dies. The reason why, like, old Reinhardt, you used to use your shield to make space and get close to the enemy so you could start swinging your hammer. Reinhardt barrier now, you can't even get close to the enemy. The enemy just instantly breaks your shield and you instantly pop like a balloon. Most shields pop in 2 seconds. The problematic shields came in with Sigma. I think Sigma probably is the most problematic hero they've added into the game. Like, I'm not even kidding. I think Sigma is the most problematic hero. Like, but, well, some people would disagree, probably Brig too, but Sigma did two things that he shouldn't have been able to do. He played like D.Va, and he played like Reinhardt. So, and he has just too much tools for his kit. That's why, dude, if you, I swear, you can quote me on this. Look at any of the top creators tier list, and you will notice that Sigma never gets out of A tier. Sigma is in Overwatch 2 has always been good, and he's never been changed, besides being nerfed a couple times. I'm serious. You guys can look at any other larger creators. I think even a couple of my tier lists that I did for a few seasons that, like, you know. But the problem is that people hate sustain, but also people hate dive, which is why Brig got into the game. Like, dude, I'm hopping all over the place from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2. People hate both comps, but I think people hate sustain comp more because at the start of Season 9, when everybody was playing dive comps with Winston and Doomfist, and I mean, the only one that was complaining was me because I don't like new Doomfist. I miss DPS Doomfist. But but that's just me. I miss DPS Doomfist. I mean, Venture scratches the DPS Doomfist itch, but you know, there's nothing like rising uppercutting into like punching somebody off the map, you know, ass. Whatever, it's fine. But think about how many tanks have had to be reworked just to function in 5v5. Orisa, Hog, Hammond, they've had to change 3 tanks so far. How many tanks did they have to change for 6v6? None, because that's the format that most tanks were built for. They're even thinking about changing Reinhardt now. So they're gonna give him more tools because you can't, like, the tanks can't function. They have to have no weaknesses. You know, tanks were killable in Overwatch 1. You pop a Reinhardt shield, he's dead. Reinhardt shield has almost double the HP that it did in Overwatch 1. It had just basically 1,000 HP. That's Brig's shield now. Wow, with their ult. That's a baby shield now. You know, Reinhardt shield is like getting close to like what is it 1,750? I think it's close to that. I think without looking, it's probably close to that. But yeah, Sigma and Orisa were the biggest problematic tanks because Fortify was always an unhealthy tank mechanic that should have never been in Overwatch. And Sigma Barrier and Grasp, he could have had one or the other. He shouldn't have had both. That is the main problem. They had tools that denied everything. They were easy to play with high, like, what is it called? They have low skill but high value. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, you don't have to be very skilled to play those characters to get high value, you know? Fortify invalidated people who had good aim. Yeah, facts. And so did Grasp and Shield. Like, he should have had one or the other, but not both. He was a gravity tank. I understand Grasp, but Barrier makes no sense on his kit. He should have just had like a rock shotgun that stunned. That's it. Like the rock, but it shot out into 3 rocks, and just make it a rock shotgun. Get rid of Barrier, and I think Sigma would still be fine. Still be a good hero in Overwatch 1. I don't think he would have been problematic. Give Sigma 2 rocks. Yeah, that could work too. That could work too. Get rid of Fortify. I think if you get rid of Fortify and you keep Orisa how she is and you introduce her back into Overwatch 1, I think she'll do just fine. Malga, you're gonna have to get rid of Cardiac Overdrive for something else because the lifesteal on that shit would be broken in 6v6. But once you get rid of that, because that's only ability because he's in 5v5. But once that's gone, like, it's fair game. You know, he can keep his charge. He could probably get a different ability. Maybe it's like insta burn, where it's instead of a Cardiac Overdrive, whoever he shoots instantly gets burned for like the first like two seconds, so that way he can get his passive off better. Like, it's easy fixes like that, and then I think the game would be running fine. But like, we just in Overwatch 1, they had 3 years of no patches. People forget this. The game was dead for 3 years, which is only reason why these people are so scared of Double Shield coming back. Newsflash, Orisa doesn't have her shield anymore. The only problem is that every tank is made to be a sustain tank, okay? And that's the reason why all the metas in Overwatch 2 have felt like ass. How many times has Orisa been top meta in Overwatch 2? Almost every other season, Orisa has been a top pick in Overwatch 2. Almost every other season. It has been absolutely ridiculous, okay? I'm not even kidding. How many times do we have to tell you this, old man? Same with Hog. But Malga added a third to the rotation of Hog and Orisa because it's usually one or the other because they're the best sustain tanks. Ramatra a little bit, but that was before Malga, when Ramatra was being played a lot and the game was a little bit healthier because Ramatra was a more fair tank. But now, how many times do you see a Ramatra in the game anymore? I'm telling you, we don't see Ramatra at all, because you've seen me, like, every time I play Reinhardt, you'll see a Ramatra because he counterpicks Reinhardt. But after that, it's Malga, and then it's Malga v Malga because they're the best sustain tank in the game. And then you just gotta hope you have an Ana on both sides, and if one has an Ana and the other doesn't, then that tank is the one that's gonna lose the fight. It does not matter about skill. Yeah. So, and they've had to make Hammond have Winston's Rampage ult every 5 seconds. One of the most unhealthiest characters that Overwatch 2 has made, because Hammond had a low pick rate because the character doesn't function in 5v5 because he's not a very good dive tank. He's a displacer tank. So they had to break the character's legs, re-amputate his arms, and then make sure that he has the most jacked build ever with he just every 5 seconds is Rampage. and then all he does is just boop and become a big distraction. He doesn't really do anything. He just leaves, so everybody shoots at him, and he gets lots of value of being shot at, because then his team can go in and shoot the people shooting at the Hammond, and then he just runs off, hits a health pack, comes back, Winston all again, because it's on a 5-10 second cooldown between there, and then just rinse and repeat. He's one of the I hate going up against him. I don't like playing as him. I proved my point that he takes barely any skill anymore. I don't care how many people say, oh, but you can tech with him. You can tech with a lot of fucking tanks in this game. It just doesn't matter. Okay, if you watch any Hammond gameplay, it'll be the same. They play like Sombra. If you're a good Sombra player, you're a good Hammond player. Like, they play the exact same. They play health packs, and they play disrupting the backline. It is literally the same gameplay, and I hate it. That's why I don't like him. They buffed his ult, and he's just so annoying. I think he's one of the best tanks in the game right now. Him and Sigma. I mean, no tank feels good right now. There's not a outstanding tank. What's up? Yo, Shy! What's up? But yeah, all the tanks feel like garbage. I was gonna watch the video, but now I've just ranted on. But this is the video that I watched that I was talking about. I've had a micro interaction with Frito once before. He's a very nice guy, don't get me wrong. No hate to him, but I just I fundamentally disagree with him on a lot of stuff. But I do respect his opinions on things with the 5v5 aspect, because he was there like at the start of Overwatch 1, you know, so it's like you gotta respect your elders kind of thing, you know what I mean? Doom is a B. Good Dooms are A, bad Dooms are B. Doom gets a lot of value, you know? Doom gets a lot of value if your team runs dive with you. But Doom is one of those characters where your teammates have to know what they're doing with the Doom in order to get a lot of value with Doom. You know, Doom, you get a lot of good disruption and a lot of good picks, but they run an Ana or a Cass or even a Sombra, you gotta swap off. He's one of those characters where if they start counterpicking you, you are forced to swap, because you're not going to do anything if the whole team counterpicks, which usually is what happens against the Doom. Jungle Queen is anti-meta tank. Here's our new hero, Kiriko. Her main ability is as follows: no. Is a no you. Yeah. I'm so glad that they nerfed Kiriko though. I was like celebrating, and then I started playing the game, and then I was like, dang, dude. It's nice that Kiriko can't deny my shatters anymore, but I wish I could live long enough as Reinhardt to be able to shatter. The problem with Reinhardt is that you can't close the gap anymore. Like, I feel like, you know, Zarya is an A. Zarya is not an A. Zarya is definitely not an A. I disagree heavily with that. I don't think Zarya is an A. I think Zarya is a C. I think Zarya's been good in one season, and then Zarya can get to B with teamwork, but Zarya just gets absolutely dunked on by a lot of stuff in the game right now. Ram is S, Cap. Okay, you guys have no idea what you're talking about. Zarya being triple S? Are those two ice? Are those two really IC and Diamond? I can see Ram if you're playing. Okay, geez. Oh my goodness. Diamond. I can see Ram working if your team. How much are you holding block with Ram? Because if you're holding block all the time with Ram, I can see it. Because Ram isn't bad. He's just not good. Malga charge is what Ryan needed. He just needs the passive. Like, he shouldn't be stopped. Yeah, Malga is one of the best tanks in the game. I think it's Malga or Hammond. because him and you just can't kill him. Wrecking Ball, he just doesn't die. Malga just doesn't die unless you got the full counters for him. Ramantra, if you have a good Ryan, can deal with it. If you have a good other tank, they can handle that. But you know, Zarya's really easy to go up against. If you're having struggles with Zarya, I'm sorry, but like, you're not counting the bubbles. Like, Zarya is a very fair character where this is how you beat a Zarya. You have to count the bubbles, all right? And once you learn that, Zarya instantly becomes like booty water. I'm not even kidding. Like, so, and you stop, you don't shoot the first bubble, second bubble comes up, you poke it out, and then by the time their third bubble is coming up, because by the time they hold the second one to get the cooldown on the third, once that third bubble's up, you spray the Zarya with everything, and then she just explodes. And it's just that, you just can't be afraid of popping the third bubble and poking out the second one. You know, as soon as you're not afraid to shoot the bubbles and you just know that like she's going to explode, like Zarya is garbage. I'm sorry. Like, I like Zarya. Also, thank you for the head pat, Lunar Oplips. Thank you for the head pat, Koji. For some reason, my head pat thing isn't working. Hold on, let me see if I can fix that real quick. I love the fact that new character just got a better version of an old character's ability. Yeah. It has better turn radius, better stun. I mean, it doesn't do as much damage as a Reinhardt charge. I guess that's the trade-off, because they're buffing Reinhardt damage to one shot again, basically, because it's gonna do 300 in the mid-season patch, I think. So like, they're giving Reinhardt charge the one shot back, so they're reintroducing one shots. So, but yeah.
More interesting debate down that lane, but had 3 DPS, making for an incredible amount of damage threats. Whereas in 222, you were used to having 2 snipers or 2 flankers that work together. With 3 DPS, you could maybe have 2 snipers and a tracer. Jeff explains that they did.
Yeah, he's talking about what Jeff Kaplan wanted in his version of what Rollock should have looked like for, like, Jeff Kaplan wanted a 1-3-2, like in 1 tank, 3 DPS, and then 2 supports, which I mean maybe could work. I mean, I don't think it could though. I think open queue would be more fun than 1-3-2, I'm not gonna lie. I think I remember playing that when they did the quick play test thingy. I think I remember playing that because I always main tanked in Overwatch 1. So I mean, I still kind of main tank. I'm a flex tank now, so like I'm a buck of all trades. But yeah, dude, I kind of want to rewatch this video and just like go through all the points that I don't agree. But it's like an hour long, dude. Maybe another night, because I've already been ranting for like 40 minutes now. Well, less than that, because I was dealing with the dog for like the first 15 minutes of stream, so like probably like 30. But oh my goodness, so hello Mars, how are you doing? But yeah, no, it's just hard. It's like there's like the problem with Overwatch, like I'm talking about the Overwatch community now. The problem is that we all want different things for the game, and none of us can agree on anything. Like I'm part of the what's your favorite color? Green, then black, red, purple, and then like a cyan. Yeah. Those would be my favorite colors. Yay! Guess chicken butt. I guess chicken butt. That's what I guess. Well, it's just hard. It's like, oh my goodness. Let's see if I can actually. We'll do a little bit of this video. We won't go through the whole thing, but we'll do a little bit, because why not? Your Overwatch. Yay. Okay. Oh, wait, I'm in theater mode. Hold on. There we go. For the Grand Vera, if he leave what? What? Grand Vera? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? We'll go through this video just like the first like few minutes because he makes some pretty decent points at the start.
Did this because any other orientation didn't seem to work. Just one healer was terrible. And funnily enough, he comments that that was the way Overwatch always played internally, as well as the majority of.
Yeah, I do. I love Left 4 Dead 2. Left 4 Dead 2 is like one of my favorite games of all time.
Open queue for most Overwatch matches, and I want to Blizzard whisperer what Jeff means when he says that, because their philosophy on the game was much different than the competitive.
Yeah, see, like what he's saying right here is a really good point, because like the average player base that would get home, like this is a quick play player base, which is like 90% of all the players on Overwatch. You know, hate to break it to all the comp people, but 90% of the player base plays quick play. And they did not like, a lot of the original players did not like some of the changes that they were doing and tests that they were running with like roll lock different tests, because they were trying to get like the perfect roll lock and they settled on 2-2-2, which I liked 2-2-2. I thought 2-2-2 was the best because 2 tanks, 1 main, 1 off. But the problem you'll see is that he'll bring it up a few times, is that you get in 2-2-2, the problem was that you get a lot of off tanks because they're DPS hybrid tanks. But I feel like you get a lot of DPS problems too. I don't think that's a bad problem. I think that's just always gonna happen. Like even in now, like in 5v5, you get DP. I would say you get the same thing with DPS. There's like your hit scan DPS and then your Junkrat kind of projectile player DPS. Sometimes you get only the hit scans and your games are usually fine because hit scan players are consistent and they do a lot of damage throughout as an average player, while your projectile characters either pop off or they go 007 or 0010. You know, it just kind of happens. It's just flipping the coin, but people are gonna play what they want to play. That's why I think 6v6 should come back, because you know, tank synergies, tank players liked to more often than not like the combo, even if it was 2 off tanks like Diva Hog. Like I've seen some Diva Hog players kind of pull off some combos back in the day. So you know, it just depends on the player at that point, and we're not at the mercy of like in-game mechanics like BAP Immortality Shield and like Immortality Suzu and other stuff that has just been a nightmare to go up against, like in Life Weaver Grip, which is just another form of res, because it's just, you know, by the time that person gets back their full health, you know, it's just, there's a lot.
Focused mindset that we all assume today, a language that is entirely different, that is molded by the community, which now the Overwatch 2 devs do listen to, but those old Overwatch 1 devs had an entirely different way of thinking about it. Before I go on, let's take a listen to me quoting the blog post word for word of what Jeff Kaplan said about the effects of the 1-3-2 experiment. If you're evaluating pluses and minuses, it adds to the chaos, makes the gameplay more.
Oh yeah, they were back then. They were like, before they just went radio silent to work on Overwatch 2, they used to talk a lot extensively about that kind of stuff.
More like a traditional FPS because there's less barriers and damage mitigation going on, but also detracts a bit from the team play. Speaking of team play, one of our testers who did not like the experiment made a comment that he felt the 3-2-1 detracted from team play too much. I found this fascinating because in 2013-2014, when they were developing Overwatch, every decision we made was to embrace and encourage or force team play at all costs. We put so much effort into putting the focus on team victory/defeat rather than
See, like, this is what I mean. Like, from the ground up, they always made Overwatch as a team-based game. So, like, trying to rip the roots out and trying to make it more of like a solo play game hasn't worked. It just, like, it doesn't work. You have to change every single character, and by the end of it, is it really Overwatch or is it something else? Because I don't think it's Overwatch. Like, I think a lot of people that have the idea of Overwatch, they think it's a team-based game. Like, you have to work together. There's no, sure, there are moments where you combo an ult in one player, like that was like in Overwatch 1. Zarya Grav was one of the best ults in the game for a while, until BAP was a main thing. Really, I say BAP a lot because I hate Immortality. I'm sorry. I don't think Immortality should ever be in a shooter game or a shooter MOBA hybrid game. But yeah, Zarya Grav with Hanzo ult was a combo. Zarya Grav with a Genji. You could Zarya Grav into Tyre. It was one of the most versatile tank ults, which is why a lot of average players always ran Rein Zarya, because you could always, didn't matter what the DPS were playing, more often than not, people can combo into Zarya ult or they can combo into Reinhardt ult. Which is, speaking as like a casual player back then, I was a little bit more competitive back then, but now I'm more casual. And speaking about that, like, you know, for the average players, nobody cares if Reinhardt's meta, like hardly ever, because Reinhardt has such big gaping flaws. If you're going up against a bad Reinhardt, they are going to die. Now it's a little bit harder because Reinhardt has to be buffed so much, and you know, a support can't leave a Reinhardt or they explode. But you know, I'm gonna let him talk more. We'll do like 10 minutes of
individual
this
performance, but in 2020, I feel like the overemphasis on team play, while great for hyper-competitive players in situations such as the Overwatch League, causes a lot of psychological pressure on your average player just looking to blow off steam in a video game. I guess what I'm saying is that in 2020, feeling like you can deviate from team play a little bit in Overwatch and have some success feels like a good thing, not a bad.
I feel like Overwatch 2 has been a more stressful game than I could possibly imagine, because having to rely on my DPS players and support players to make individual plays more often than not than just working together has caused me more stress, because more often than not the individual is weaker than the group, and working as a group is actually a lot less stressful than working by yourself. That is just my opinion. That's always been kind of my opinion. That's why I like playing team-based games, because you could get like a couple players that pop off and do great by themselves, but more often than not, people like working better in a group. So that's why I think Overwatch 2 is, in my opinion, as a tank player, so I'm a little bit biased, but it's a lot more stressful, because playing by myself kind of sucks booty cheeks, because now I have to rely on everybody making individual plays. I have to rely on Kiriko hitting headshots, getting, you know, all these other damage sort of numbers while balancing healing and doing all these other crazy things just so I can exist for half a second before I finally explode to Sombra hacking me and my shield going down, and then Ana anti-heals me, and then I just instantly blow up and die by a cast that is just like, howdy y'all, bang bang, and I just die. I fade away. I turn to dust in the wind. So my opinion, I think playing as a group is a lot less stressful, but that's one of the things where I disagree. But like this, like, he's more of like a DPS player, so like obviously having DPS players intrinsically want to make plays, which there's nothing wrong with that. I just think it's a lot easier to get plays in 6v6 because everybody's weaker and you can kill people faster and you can do all these other kind of things, which makes it a lot easier in the end of the day. I'm gonna change my category to Overwatch because I'm talking about Overwatch. So yeah, real quick, also I forgot to update my title on that thing, so hold on, let me refresh that. Okay, there we go. Team Fortress 2 is better, and especially because didn't they just like Thanos snap all the hackers in that game too? That's kind of crazy. Who would have thought that would have ever happened? I did not see that coming from like ever. Like,
Bad thing to me. Jeff goes on, the amount of team synergy and execution required to pull off a victory is exciting, but also a little intense. There was something nice about a bit more loose / skirmishy version of the game, but again, it's all opinions and perspective. Not everyone on my team agrees with me, and that's a good thing. The other odd thing about testing this is when we started, everyone treated it like it was one of Jeff's crazy experiments, and was a super different, challenging, and possibly stupid idea. I tried to calm people down by reminding them that most of the matches in Overwatch history since launch up until the release of Role Queue were actually played with one tank or less. After a few of the early playtests in December, I remember one developer giving feedback that, quote, the game felt like old school Overwatch like when we first launched. I tried to point out that the reason they felt that way is because we used to play the game this way all the time. It shouldn't be that surprising or different. Let's all remember the surprising thing back then is when we actually had 2 tanks, implying that having one was the norm. So it's been a very interesting and fun experiment. We're not really confident that it's the correct thing for the game. It solves a lot of problems, but also introduces a lot of problems, like most things in the world of game design. I am really proud of the Overwatch team.
Yeah, but like back then too, you have to remember people only ran Mercy. There was a back when he was talking about that, there was also a huge support problem in open queue. Because nobody wanted to play support. Really, it was 1-4-1 in most of my games in open queue. I think it's very disingenuous because a lot of like 95% of people just want to play damage. That's just the truth out there. I'm not ashamed to admit that, but like also it's just you know, open queue was its own experience. Also, thank you for the pinch. How dare you though? But like I forget, people forget that Overwatch 1, the main issue was for like a while was support players. Is that there was never any support players at the start. For like the first 2 years of Overwatch 1, there was like hardly any support players. And then role lock happened, and then a massive switch happened where a lot of supports were getting played more because they acted like the 3rd, 4th DPS. So that's where that really happened in role lock, I think, you know. I do agree. I think tank it's not a fun role in the sense that it's the parent role, you know? So, like, I understand, but I think it's less fun. And you can tell that, like, if you look, I think there was, like, a recent graph that came out, is that between Season 9 and Season 10, like, 25% of the tank players quit. And then we went down again from Season 10 to 11 right now. It's like another 12% of tank players have quit. So queue times are intrinsically going up because not a lot of tanks are playing. And then you get a lot of tank players that are just people that usually, if you look at their profile, they only play DPS. And like that's why a lot of Doom is getting played, and a lot of other tanks and like Hog is getting played, and that's why a lot of people hate playing against Hog, because they're the DPS kind of tanks, you know? So that's why they get played so often. That's why they keep buffing and nerfing and buffing and buffing and nerfing and nerfing and buffing the DPS kind of tanks, you know? Because nobody likes playing main tank. Nobody likes doing all that. That's why we've had a problem with sustain tanks, because tank knowledge and tank spacing is very low. Like, if you get a good tank, like, think about it, like, when I play Winston, and I just roll lobbies, like, just by existing, usually, the person I'm going up against when I'm doing that, if I check their profile, they probably don't play a lot of tank, and that's why I can roll them. That's why they always fall back on Malga, or or Orisa, or Hog, you know? They don't... Sometimes not. I don't see queens. I don't see people swapping the Junker Queen, even though you could consider her as a DPS tank, but she doesn't do a lot of damage in overall. Hard to play, but I do think it's just the lack of tank knowledge at the same time, but that's because tank players are just like actual tank players are quitting the game because they don't want to. They're just like everybody else. Like, one of the arguments that I've seen people made is that that tank players have to be comfortable with counter swapping, but hypocritically, DPS players and support players shouldn't have to counter swap. It's like, what do you mean? That's why tanking is so stressful, is because tanks will get blamed first all the time. All the time, tanks will get blamed first. Hardly ever is it a DPS problem, which I always see, because it's like, it is a DPS problem, because the passive, if you're not hitting your shots, the 20% healing reduction passive isn't active. And I'm playing in season 8. Season 8 sucks because all the healing was outrageous, and the healing never got nerfed. It's actually been buffed. So now, like, you've seen it, like, I'll chase a support for like 5-10 minutes with the Winston, and I can't kill him because a Mercy Tickle out heals my damage, out heals my lightning gun. My lightning gun can't out damage a Mercy heal. So if I don't have that passive, I ain't doing nothing unless I kill the Mercy, which doesn't happen often because a lot of support players are dual queuing, and they just stick together the entire time. So, you know, that's just how it is. Also, sorry, I didn't mean to flashbang my channel, but shout out, subscribe. I did a goofy video. I have part 2 of that video coming out next week, because I'm gonna actually beat that game. I decided I'm gonna beat it because I think I can do it. Okay, back to the video. Sorry, I just had to go on a mini rant.
Team for experimenting with it the past 2 months. We're really conflicted on it, so it was cool to see you bring up the idea. Now keep in mind, guys, when I translate things Jeff said, I'm able to do this because I can piece together the way they've talked about these things for years and years of time, and retroactively look at what their philosophy was as they stated it, as well as more evidence behind the scenes of why they went certain directions.
That's a good
I
jump.
investigated this thoroughly covering this game because it was required, because back then the devs hardly spoke to us ever, and only really began taking any creator criticism on board directly once Valorant dropped. But
so yeah, he's not wrong about that. Like, for a long time, the Overwatch 1 devs kind of like, I know he's gonna be polite about it, but I'm not. They kind of just spat on the Overwatch creators. It's kind of funny, but also kind of sad. But he's not wrong. Like Overwatch 1, they were just like, no, we ain't talking to you. You ain't worth it. And then Valorant dropped, and they're like, hey, Overwatch creator patches? That sounds like fun. And,
as Riot opened their arms to listen to what creators had to say, it seems like Blizzard wanted to copy that. There's a benefit and a weakness to the way they thought of the game. You see, Jeff Kaplan himself, and I think a lot of the devs, weren't really sold on the community's interpretation of the game. In the very blog post I'm quoting here, he speaks about tank synergies almost as if he's quoting it, like it's an idea the community has, but he's not necessarily on board. This is important because when we look at the history of why they took years, it felt like, to nerf the GOATS comp, they sort of believed that it was counterable before the
he used years as a hyperbole, but I think it actually was a year. I think Brig was running around for like a whole year before, like, she truly got her ankles broken and given a rubber hammer as a weapon.
Rest of the community did, because they believed that you should develop strategies in order to counteract the game rather than have the game balance dictate what you play. Remember, these weren't competitive.
That philosophy works in fighting games though, because fighting games have different kind of text. So I mean, it just depends. Like I think we can all agree that nobody knows what Overwatch was trying to be. Period. I don't even think they know what they want to be now. I don't think Overwatch has ever had a clear vision of what they want to be, except when the game first launched. I think that was the only time they ever had a clear vision, because that's when all the story lore stuff and videos dropped, and they were like, we're building a world that they never built.
competitive devs. That's part of what made them genius, but it also meant that they were really resistant to the community demanding that they were right about something when they wanted to disagree. It's this design consideration that opens my mind to the possibilities of what we should expect Overwatch 2 to do design-wise. What the developers were more focused on in Overwatch 1 was the individual's freedom to express themselves with their gameplay. Everything was built to maximize that. And when you use that as their philosophy, you can look back at things like Launch Brig or the Valkyrie rework, where the stats were clearly launched overtuned, but based on their design goals in order to make support a playmaking carry role, it makes sense why they came out the way they did. And trust me, I'm intimately aware with the mistakes they made during that era of the game. But combating them for so many years, I better understood the strengths of their philosophy as well, ones that we're lacking now today. Jeff never cared about the meta, and he didn't even care about the community's expectations of what you had to play with what, or what the true competitive version of Overwatch is or should be, because for him it was in flux. From an open-minded...
Yeah, that's true. They kind of had like the Smash Bros philosophy where, like, for a while they didn't know if like, I'm going to use this as an example, but they kind of saw Overwatch as like a Mario Party game. Like, they think it's like they were treating it like how Nintendo treats Smash. Like, they didn't like they kept back and forthing. Like, they kind of wanted it to be a competitive game, but they also kind of wanted it to be like a party game where everybody can chill and have fun and, like, you know, dance and do a groove and do all this like wacky cool stuff. But then they were kind of fence sitting on that idea for like a long time.
Creative point of view. His focus wasn't necessarily on shaping the competitive experience and forcing you to do anything, but just allowing things to fall where they may. And rather than rebalance the game in order to deal with any given issue, they'd rather just design more heroes to put into.
So, like, a lot of Overwatch 1 problems stem from Brig forward. I think a lot of people can agree with that, but I also think that's part of gamer knowledge, you know? And mainly because dive meta sucked back then. Tracer was really, really strong, and I guess that's also why people, like, I don't know. But it was strong back then, but nowadays it'd probably be very weak. Like, dive meta the dive meta in Overwatch 1 probably would be fun now, because we've been in such a long, over almost 2 years of playing nothing but sustain, poke, and a dive for half a season, maybe, and then that was it.
The game to give you more options for individual expression if you wanted to or whatever, which is why we got Brig to counteract the oppressive and long-term dive comp that existed for over a year.
He's talking
and
about,
I get really confused when we look back with rose-tinted glasses and say a long list of excuses of why people didn't play tank. There was no version of the game where it was popular for an extended period of time. 1 month doesn't really prove that point, because queue times are not ever a relation of the total player base numbers, which they need for the game to survive. Queue times are just the distribution of the players that are playing at that time for the given MMR that match would allow. And too often do I think all of us who talk about the game do so as if the game is only the top 1%. When Jeff talked about the game, he included everybody, because those experiences are also valid. The long-term health of the game isn't going to persist based on just a healthy top 3%. They have to add fun things for the 100% and new things to either get players to come back or to get new players to replace the ones that all games lose.
Yeah, but that's also what's Overwatch 2's big problem, is that we all play the same top bottom. Like, I feel like there's not much difference now from gold up, because gold up, everybody kind of plays the same stuff. It's just top, you know. Well, that's not true. I think gold below, you see a lot of like old style play and people just like dicking around and stuff, but that's because most of those players are just goofing, or there's like a lot of smurfing going on and people just are chaotic down there. But I think, like, if you're high plat, diamond and up, like, I feel like you have to just get better with the same stuff. Like, you see a lot of Sigma, a lot of like a diamond player came in here earlier that was talking about Zarya. But Zarya's really good in team comp, which is just like I said, when you hit diamond and up, you have to be really good in teamwork, you know, because Overwatch still now, as much as they're trying not to be, is still a heavily team-based game. And characters that get a lot of value for having good teamwork are still going to be strong and oppressive. But it's just a battle between what is easy and gets a lot of value and what is hard and gets a lot more value. There's not a lot of things that are really hard that get a lot more value than the stuff that's easy now. So like, I'm going to use Genji as an example. Genji was one of the hardest characters to master in Overwatch 1. And if you mastered him, you would get rewarded by being able to get a lot of kills, because Genji had a lot of techs back then. And you could go and do a lot of combos. Now, Genji can't kill anybody unless it's in the neutral fight, you know? And he could get maybe a support pick if he does his dash combo with the melee at the end, right? But he has to land all those things right, otherwise immortality, and then Genji dies. They swap to Moira, you have to swap off Genji. They swap to Mei or Sim, or they go full counter, or there's a Winston on there. You know, it's just, you know, they dumbed the game down so much. It's like you don't really feel rewarded for learning high techs of like really good and hard skilled characters. Like, I think when Marvel Rivals comes out, if they don't nerf Spider-Man or they rework him, like Spider-Man, I could easily see him being like one of the really good hard characters to learn and master, but he gets a lot of kills. He does a lot of damage if you do his combos right. So it's just one of those things. People want to be rewarded for hard work. You know, that's how people are. But like in Overwatch 2, they dumb down the game so much that it's like, that's why Malga is being played. That's why people think he, like, they literally said as Malga SSS tier jar. Yeah. So it's like Malga is just left click, right click, you know, and that's it. You know, you have to have good tracking, but other than that, you don't have to do mash combos. Really, you just have to press E if your health gets low, and then you're full health, and then that's it. So like, it's stuff like that, you know?
Gradually over time. I think we all feel capable of contributing feedback and criticism that would help the game. But the wacky new characters that break the game are also kind of the appeal of the game. And I'm pretty sure we're all in agreement we need more of those for the game to survive and continue forward anyway. The format in Overwatch 1 always needed work. When I state some of these facts, I get a lot of pushback because the receipts are hard to find. I can't even find the physical blog post of Jeff saying this because the forums have been changed and he doesn't work there anymore. So I don't even know if there's a way to find the legacy version of it, but he states some pretty interesting facts in that post. He said the majority of games in open queue up to that point were played with 1 tank or less. Meanwhile, the most competitive way to play was to play at least with 2 tanks, sometimes 3, and some comps went really crazy with 4. There's a huge disconnect there. What the math of that means, when given the choice in open queue, players would prefer to not play tank and probably lose because tanks were incredibly powerful at the time, if you knew how to play them anyway, somewhat required even to function on a lot of them.
See, this is also the problem. They could have just had a firm competitive stance and then kept open queue in quick play. But like I've said, like the one of the problems is that they've been competitivizing the casual player base. You know, they could have just left open queue and unranked and then had a statement come out. This is what they want the competitive scene to be like. If you want to play competitively, then you can play this format. And then they could have just solved it with that. But they just spread the compiness around all, and now like quick play is now more sweaty than comp. It's a joke, but is it really? I mean, could have kept the PvE. They could have kept the PvE, you're right.
The maps, but they chose not to. Because as much as we could solve the game to maximize for the most balanced competitive experience, as Jeff says, players want to blow off steam in a video game, playing a role in characters they like. And I think it's fair to say this.
So that's why they should have kept, that's why they should have did the format in competitive only, and then left open queue as unranked. Because in Overwatch 1, I complain about this a lot. Overwatch 1, if you wanted to get good with a character, you could go play quick play and learn that character without having to feel the stress of needing to swap, which was always the best thing. about quick play. That's how I learned a lot of my characters that I play now is in Overwatch 1 because I didn't feel the stress to have to swap off. You know? Like, how many times have I played with Not the Answer, and Not the Answer isn't allowed to play what they want to play because the enemy is absolutely cram stamping us with like hard comp metas, and if we want to even play the game out of spawn, we have to full swap our team to counterpick. It happens all the time, which is just the sweatiness of quick play. Like it's a problem. I just wish quick play was more casual. I miss that. They should have just left quick play as open queue and then made an announcement, hey, if you want to play competitive, this is the format that we're going to use. A, B, C, D, E, F, G rules here. And then people would have been like, all right, cool. Now if I want to play scrim lobbies and they want to run scrim in quick play, and that's totally fine to just practice, and then they go in the comp. But now people forget that there's a comp mode and they play comp and quick play. So it's like, what are we doing here? You know?
Second half of that era was known for its oppressive CC, making tank less fun, but it wasn't so different before the DLC heroes were added either. So when I say things like there's overwhelming evidence that people didn't like to play tank in Overwatch 1, that's a huge data pool to pull from. And the reason why we've gotten things in Overwatch 2, like tanks that have seemingly like 6 attributes. Mauga can run, unstoppable, slam, apply a stun. His guns work differently in close range to long range with an added multiplayer benefit. If you apply one of the cannons for 6 shots and then you go to the other, you have a shout cooldown that you can use not only just for yourself, but look at your teammates, applying resistance to them as well as lifesteal, giving you lots of decisions on who you should be giving it to when, and then your ultimate reloads your guns, letting you pop off again and giving you decisions on who to trap inside the cage and how to block off line of sight effectively to create the better team fight. Back in the day in Overwatch 1, Winston put a bubble down and he jumped around. You can call this design creep or power creep, but the fact is, all of these Overwatch 2 designs are in direct response to the feedback they got in Overwatch 1 that the tank characters were boring to play. Those who appreciated it, of course, loved it, and those that would rather have that gameplay instead of...
That's because you had a second tank, which was the other abilities. So that's how other DPS were designed too. That's why Reaper was, you know, couldn't move while teleporting, like how they're gonna rework Reaper, you know, while Reaper was a still really good DPS, but he was simple. Like you take the simplicity out of the game, and you know, it also makes it easier but harder at the same time. But like the big thing about Overwatch 1 is positioning and maps and coordination. Like, it's a team-based game. Ah! Yeah. Oh, hello, Miley! Yeah, I'm watching a video. So, but I'll let him continue because I think I cut him off, actually.
Mirrors, which are terrible, I admit, but in our...
He says that, and he's shown, like, while we've been watching, there's been, like, 3 Mauga mirrors in this video alone that we've watched on the screen. Okay, and he's playing Mauga right now.
Our community's try-hard competitive expertise, we're losing sight of the fact that they're trying to add new characters with buttons that are fun to press. That is the lifeblood of the game. And that's a point of emphasis I didn't really have time to explain in the Flat Earth video. Something creators really don't seem to realize is a major reason behind the switch of format is the devs admitted their inability to really generate new heroes in 6v6. They explained this the best in Orisa, a character who was intended to be an alternate version of Reinhardt. She was codenamed Ankara when they were developing her, with a design so bad she had to be reworked to Overwatch 2, with a style of play that is utterly gone entirely. There's no such thing as a tank that bunkers.
That's because she was overkitted. She should have just been what she was designed for in the short. In the short, nobody thought of Orisa as, oh my gosh, that's the thing that counters Reinhardt. No, it was that's the tank you go if there's a Doomfist around. Orisa from concept, not really concept, but from trailer and up, was always supposed to be the Doomfist denier. Okay, that's why Fortify, whenever he saw Doomfist punch into Orisa fortified to stop that. Like, that was it. I don't think she needed the shield. You could have one or the other. It's the problem with Orisa and Sigma, which is going to come up a lot, I bet, because those are the most problematic tanks in Overwatch 1 because they were overkitted. They should have had either grasp or shield or no shield and fortification. Like, and they should have had one or the other, you know, but they had overkitted. So, but now they're making tanks that like Armalga and Junker Queen, and they rekitted Doomfist, you know. So like, I don't think it was impossible. I just think that they were trying to make too many main tanks at once, and then accidentally overkitted those tanks for what the game was back then, and then dropped two of the most like stand there and stay still kind of tanks ever, you know. And I think that's where a lot of the stigma of tank hate came from, is because of Sigma and Orisa, because they were kitted. Like, they didn't have any flaws that you could exploit, like Reinhardt's shield going down, Reinhardt's dead. Zarya's bubbles are gone, you know, Zarya's dead. Diva's out of mech, Diva's dead. You anti-Hog take a breather, Hog is dead, you know. It's Winston mistimed his bubble, Winston's dead, you know. It was stuff like that. Like, you had to play the characters, the old characters, to a higher degree of skill. But then Sigma and Orisa came out that had hardly any flaws, and those were the most problematic tanks, you know. Don't get me started on Hammond though. Like, I still don't like him. I still think I always think that he should just be turned into a tiny DPS and then become a little flanker with like small HP. But that's my wild hot take, but that's just because I don't think he's a good tank.
Closest thing we have is Ramatra, and he's a hybrid of that. Now, they might have been an error on their part, because those that have tried the 6v6 patch in Overwatch 2 claim that the tanks play well. I mean, that's one way to look at it. I look at it and see ability spam, intense visual clutter, and yes, the recognizable gameplay flow at a high level. I'm not so sure I'm confident that it would translate for lower tier players as well as new players to Overwatch. And this is why I'm confident they should add 6v6, because I think the new players would hate it, and pretty quickly all of the same problems that emerged the entire time during 6v6 Overwatch 1 would re-emerge today, where despite what the top tier combo tanks are, you're going to get randoms that forcibly choose to play tanks that are more self-sufficient anyway. This is why all the Overwatch 2 tanks are designed to have a shotgun and their own ability that dominates their gameplay. It causes lots of problems also, but the trade-off is, do we expect our community to learn tank synergy, or should we expect them to do what they've always done, which is...
I think yes, if yes, they should learn tank synergy. I think I would stand on that, because it's a team-based game. They should have just stuck to their guns and not cowered in fear, because Overwatch has always been a team-based game. So if they wanted to be good at the game, they would have to format themselves into tank synergies. So, you know, I think that answer is just a very straightforward answer. It's a hard answer, but if you want to play the game competitively, you have to learn teamwork. You have to learn how to play together. And if you don't, then sorry, you suck. Goodbye. Like, I think it's that straightforward, you know?
And I think a lot of people forget this, throughout the years of Overwatch, open queue and roll queue, is very common to have off-tank players, but not a main tank player. Meanwhile, main tank was the most effective role. So if you really wanted to get good at the game, understand the game, play the real game as the high-level competitive players would have it, or see it, you need a main tank, but it wasn't as popular.
That's because you couldn't get away with two off-tanks, because positioning was a real big problem in Overwatch 1, because it was still fairly new game. I don't think it would be as bad of a problem now, especially if we go back, because a lot of Overwatch 2 players now have learned pretty decent good positioning, but still could be kind of back and forth. But I still think having 2 smaller killable tanks is probably better than having a Roadhog that doesn't die and one-shots you.
Popular. And I'm fairly confident if tanking returned to the power it was, with the potential to utterly silence all damage threats if played well, which is what we're talking about when we say tank synergy was oppressive. Teamwork was oppressive in Overwatch 1. Shooter fans will not like this. While we can disagree on the direction or preferences of the gameplay, to make it seem like tank gameplay didn't dominate.
He's right about that. Shooter players, that's the problem. I think he's right about that. That is the biggest problem with this, with the idea, because we have so many different players in Overwatch. The biggest player base is the FPS hit scan players. So that is a large chunk of players that he's talking about. Then they want the FPS experience, but I also don't think, I think Overwatch still stands good on its own, because I feel like these players that are playing the FPS style, they know what Overwatch is. Like, is a FPS MOBA, and I don't think we should sacrifice the MOBA aspect of the game for becoming more like Call of Duty. You know, if people want to play Call of Duty, they'll play Call of Duty. If people want to play a team-based hero shooter, they go to Overwatch. That's the experience they want to have. That is their choice. They can choose other games, but they come here. If the way I see it is, they come here to play a team-based game. So, like, yeah, that's how I see it. I might be wrong, but, like, you know, but that's just my opinion, you know. But I do think he's right, is about with the shooter aspect of the game, you know.
Gameplay in Overwatch.
I'll let him continue, because
Overwatch 1, I think, is incredibly strange, especially given evidence that Flats freely contributes on the recent Group Up podcast I was on, where Flats was describing his experience playing against hackers in Overwatch 1. He said that in Overwatch 1, he barely even noticed hackers because they'd get to a high rank just based on their hacking aim, but they didn't have good positioning skills, so him from the tank position could barely even notice their effect on the game. I was shocked at this comment and replied explosively, because from my standpoint, if this isn't the evidence that
I have a huge disagreement with this, but I'm gonna let him finish. But I'm gonna make up an explosive opinion about that right now, because I think he's taking what Flat says out of context just a little bit.
Tanks were oppressive in Overwatch 1. What would you need to prove that tanking destroyed FPS mechanics in Overwatch 1? Because it isn't that I want hackers to win. It's the question, how good does your mechanics have to be before you ever can have an impact on the game? And the truth is, well, Overwatch 1 was way more about a positioning battle. There was way more MOBA in Overwatch 1. You had to get around all of the tanking. But I also think that leads to multi-years long of complaints that many players, average players that try to pick up the game, wondered why their mechanical inputs seemingly had no effect on the gameplay. That was a wide...
I'm gonna let him finish, but I really... Okay, hold on. I'm gonna say my piece first, because I think you take what Flats was saying out of a little bit of context. Like, that cheater got up to GM and high masters, but they couldn't win because the better players in Overwatch 1 that had better positioning and better game knowledge and better teamwork could still beat cheaters with, like, how the tanks played. Now, if you have a cheater, it does not matter how good your tanks play. It doesn't matter how good your DPS play. The cheater wins all the time. In Overwatch 1, you could deal with cheaters in such a way where it wouldn't, like, if you had better game knowledge, because cheaters don't want to learn how to play the game. They don't want to spend the time to learn the maps and learn the positioning they need to be in the team fight. They don't want to do that. They cheat. So having a game that if people cheat, they can lose because the better players will always come out on top, I think is a fundamentally great thing. I don't think that that's a problem. I think that's a damn well good solution to cheating. Okay? I don't think that's tanks being oppressive, because you know sure as heck if those cheaters knew how to play the game and they were still cheating, they would probably still roll the lobby. But the fact is that cheaters can get the high positions, but like once they get to the really good players that know how to play around cheating, they couldn't win anymore and they drop elo. So I just think that that's not a problem. I think that's just cheaters don't want to learn game knowledge and positioning, and I don't think we should cater to players that don't want to learn how to play the game. I think we should cater to people that want to learn the game and positioning. That's why the battlefields are so open and they have lots of cover, lots of high ground, lots of different positionings you can play on. And like, I don't think that's a problem. I think it's a problem now where cheaters, Widowmaker cheaters, are so many of them are out there. So many Widowmaker cheaters are out there. So many of them that run lobbies now. You know, and it's become a big problem. You can see a lot of the top Overwatch players talk about it more and more, but they're also kind of trying to be quiet about it. But cheaters have been more common in Overwatch 2 than they were in Overwatch 1 because you just can't deal with them. You can't. There is no solution that players can have over player. No player agency can beat a cheater in Overwatch 2, but good positioning and player teamwork could always beat cheaters in Overwatch 1. So I don't think that's a problem with Overwatch 1. I think that's actually a good reason why Overwatch 1 is better than Overwatch 2. So I think that's kind of like, you know, I'll let him continue, but that's just my opinion on that.
Spread criticism of Overwatch for years, and many, if not most, of the top metas tried to eliminate skill shots from the equation wherever possible. If you could run a team comp that just ran it down mid with tanky heroes that couldn't die, you would always do it. We had a saying for years as analysts of the game that
Yeah, I agree on that.
everything turned into goats after goats. Maybe it taught us how to play a more tanky rushdown style, or maybe there's just a lot of things in the game where MOBA teamwork was outweighing any skill shots from any class. And when I say that, I don't just mean the damage category, which often they would pick the least damagey types and more tanks in that category, but just as well, it was hard to get characters like Zen or Ana to ever be played because rushdown, swarmy, or tanky style characters would always beat them out in that role too. Somehow it's been acceptable to blame the OP supports during Overwatch 1 for all of the design issues of the game. But when I make
No, I think there's just 4 characters that ruined the design of the game. 2 are supports, 2 are tanks. I'm not even afraid to admit that it's a tank player and a person that loves 6v6. I just think it's 4 characters that ruined the game. It's just Sigma, Orisa, Bap, Brig. I feel like a bit of what this guy says is actual rage bait. I don't know. I don't think so. Like, this is the your Overwatch guy. This guy's been doing Overwatch since like in the beta days, so he's been around. I don't think it's rage bait. I just think he genuinely believes that 5v5 is the solution to Overwatch. So, you know, I don't think anything bad, but I just, you know, just fundamental disagreements. So I had a micro conversation with him on Twitter. I don't think he's a bad guy. Like, I just think he genuinely believes that one tank is the solution to Overwatch's problems, but I just think it makes the game more stressful and unfun to play. I don't know.
Make the point that the most dominant teams in the top level of the game had the better tanks, I get pushback on this that it's the supports. But the thing is, I did the VOD reviews on these things. I analyzed the difference in space that each team made, and since the game of Overwatch 1 was about map control, not only was tank gameplay paramount for the average player, you needed them to function at all to even look at an engagement, it was the be-all end-all at the top tier in—
I like how he's showing pro play for Overwatch 1 to try to make the game look a little bit bad, but Overwatch 2, he's just showing the base, like, quick play game and it's mainly just Malga gameplay for the tank. And honestly, I think this, like, I was saying this, so I was like, dude, the Overwatch 1 game, like, the Overwatch 1 gameplay he was showing looks a lot more fun than the Overwatch 2 gameplay he was showing. Like,
just about every meta, which is why there's crazy outlier examples like the Shanghai Dragons reverse sweeping in their APAC Grand Final against the Seoul Dynasty, a team that won the first Grand Final, by the way, just because they swapped Fearless in to dominate the game on Winston. Complete game changer. We can't have it both ways, guys. If tanks can make hacking players look invisible on the server,
that's because That's because Fearless is a Winston connoisseur, okay? I don't think anybody could play Winston to that degree. The guy was intrinsically goated at the character, okay? That's why that happened. Dude, I don't think that's a tank problem. I think that was clearly not the tank's fault. I think that's the player just being insanely good with the character. Okay, I don't think that is a game flaw. I think that is a testament to the player's skill. Okay, I
How
don't
can
know.
we possibly say that they didn't smother the shooter aspect of the game? What evidence would I need to
Okay, I guess that's true. Okay, smothering the shooter aspect of the game, that's, I mean, but with the shooter aspect of the game, like, what shooters were there in Overwatch 1? That, like, Cass and Soldier? A lot of other characters were projectile-based characters, not that many. I mean, give or take, the game was highly projectile-based for a long time. Hanzo, Genji, May was a big problem in Overwatch 1. Like, what are we talking about? I don't know. Are we talking about Soldier and Cass players? Maybe Ashe? Like, their enjoyment of the game was lowered because Winston would dive them if they were out of position? Like, I don't hopefully he makes another video or something that explains this part a little bit better, or maybe he'll continue. Let's let him continue.
show you to convince you? And I think it's pretty clear which side Overwatch 2 has chosen when they keep adding tank heroes that are just shooter kit. But at least when I play the squishy roles, I always feel that I have a long list of hero options that can make an impact, because there's a few ways to win in Overwatch 2. So here's the entire guidebook to Overwatch 2. And maybe I need to make more detailed videos about this, but this is the base strategy for the average player, dealing with the issues that average players deal with, not the highest end players where players make few mistakes. But 90 is at an advantage, you can pick things that support their playstyle and win. If your tank is at a disadvantage, you can pick. If tanks can make hacking players look invisible too, and maybe I need to make more detailed videos about this, but this is the base strategy for the average player, dealing with the issues that average players deal with, not the highest end players where players make few mistakes. But 99% of players are in games where there is mistakes being made rampantly. If your tank is at an advantage, you can pick things that support their playstyle and win. If your tank is at a disadvantage, you can pick things that go at someone else you could have an advantage against and win. So as an example, if I'm on support and my tank is getting brutalized by the enemy's tank, there is DPS-minded supports that can kinda ignore the tank battle and go flank the backline. Hitting skill shots and abilities aggressively for offense always has the chance to win in 5v5. That was never an option in 6v6, guys. Because if they had two synergistic tanks and you had two tanks that basically didn't even want to play together, there was a massive tank chasm and the rest of the squishies couldn't really contribute anything ever, at least for the majority of the game. That was incredibly painful too, and an experience you're only going to relive, I guess, if they add 6v6 again so we can see what that looks like. Imagine how bad of a team comp you could get in 6v6. That's the reality of it, just based on your tank choices. Because when everyone was setting up to play for a tank battle, that kind of didn't happen a lot of the time. The gameplay was degenerate and impossible to follow unless you were a top player already. And I think this is why the survivorship bias is hitting so hard, where if you liked that, and now you have to learn all these other tanks, because 5v5 does promote swapping, then you get extremely upset about it. And what I want to do for this community is try to turn around this sentiment that it's the game's fault, not ours.
But it is the game's fault.
Everywhere I look, I see players not cooperating with each other, not picking things that are going to help the situation.
Because it's okay, so like, so, oh my goodness, I'm sorry for this, but like, so you had a problem with two tanks working together, so you want 5 people to work together because of a couple times where you got the only hog player in a match. And now now you want everybody to counterpick on every role. Like that is so much harder to do, especially with the other roles, because the other roles are less likely to counterpick than tanks are. But that's because tanks now have been abused so much, they know if they don't counterpick, they just instantly die. You know? So what do you mean? You want everybody to start counterpicking? Wait, doesn't that mean they have to work together as a team? Wait a minute. What? Wait, individual playmaking, but also wanting to make everybody swap characters to help one person out? I don't know how that's gonna work. Like, I'm not trying to be an ass, but I genuinely want to know. Let him continue, because...
And only blaming one player, the tank. Trust me, all of the squishies can swap. There's an entire structure of the game going on that affects your tank's experience, and you have so many tools to change it. But it's sad to me that the community seems disinterested in these ideas.
That's because there's like 90% of all DPS players are one tricks, and, you know, they aren't going to swap. Like, that's you know, like that's just the truth. Like, but same with Mercy players. There's a lot of Mercy players that won't swap. Tanks are just the most likely players to swap because they are the parents of the group. That's the only way I can explain that.
Enemy Zen is roasting your tank. You're gonna have a better time if you flank or snipe it. If Ana is chucking nades across the map onto your shieldless Junker Queen, well, Genji is one of the meta combinations with Queen for a reason, because he actually can add a off-tank-esque style ability into the front line and stop that from happening, as well as weave in and out with the fight with her. Is your tank trying to poke?
So this is okay. So now he's gonna. So now, like, this is the problem that I've been talking about. Well, when we played Overwatch for a long time, I was like, you have to change your whole gameplay around either one person, or the one person has to change their whole play style again for the four. You are never going to get everybody to agree. It is so much harder. That is why Overwatch 1, I believe, is a lot better, because you always at least had one tank that would want to play to kind of win and win throw, and they would either go main tank, or you'd have that one bad game with the Hog player that played Hog like Reinhardt and instantly died. You know, because that was usually the DPS people trying to get their little tickets to play DPS. You know? So it was a lot of problems with Overwatch 1. Yes, but I don't think that is one of the main issues, because like a lot of people in Overwatch 1, and especially in casual player base, they could play whatever they wanted and didn't have to worry about Amalga running in with cardiac overdrive to stomp on them and then beat them and curb stomp them, and they couldn't do anything because, you know, DPS actually in a 1v1, DPS could win against the tanks more often than not in Overwatch 1, because tank health pools were a lot smaller and they did a lot more damage in headshots. You know, now with the headshot reduction, there is no way a single DPS can beat a tank, but there is no way a tank can beat a support. So, you know, supports are now more tanky than tanks. Hard to believe, but that's because they out heal all the damage that a tank can do to them. So if your DPS aren't playing like hit scan, or aren't good projectile based characters, or aren't playing far at the moment, you know, you're just gonna lose. So yeah, like I think I do like the more MOBA aspect of Overwatch. I think I like the MOBA style. I think that's what made me fall in love with Overwatch. I think that's what a lot of people in Overwatch 1, and a lot of the people that won 6v6 back, also fell in love with the aspect of comboing alts, because like you could have a Zarya and then another tank, so that way the Zarya ult didn't get always denied. Because I don't think we've ever died to a Zarya ult in Overwatch 2. Ever. I think I've always gotten out of the Zarya ult. But if there was another tank there to use their ult, and then a Zarya ult goes in, and then a DPS can combo into that ult, and we can get ult combos back. Because now in Overwatch 2, it's just one ult goes, and then everybody ults at the same time, and then the survivors win. That's kind of how it goes, you know? Overwatch 1, it was kind of like that, but a little bit different. So
Are they trying to rush? The options are everywhere. There's so many heroes in the roster, yet we as a community just don't seem to want to pick them. We just pick whatever we feel like, and we expect, I guess, the tank role to also be able to do that. But part of the reason why they can't is because we don't enable them to play their better heroes, and we just expect them to just swap to whatever allows them to survive longer, rather than the rest of us learn to play the game with the heroes.
it's because it's easier to get one person to swap than 4 people to swap. That's the answer. That is always the answer, and you are never gonna get everybody to agree in that. That is La La World. I'm sorry, that's like delusional at that point, getting everybody to agree on something. I mean, it could work, but for people really hate being told to swap. People are much more likely to swap if on their own. So, you know, but as Overwatch 2 has proven, tanks literally get bullied into swapping, you know, all the time. All the time. Tanks are literally bullied into swapping all the time. In a lot of the games, the DPS hardly swap or they make one swap. Support players either never swap or they swap to Kiriko or swap to BAP lately, and that's it. They go to just immortality, you know? When are they not bullied? In Overwatch 1, when they didn't really have to swap because you could combo, and then there was a second tank that could have picked the right choice, and then you could have won the game through that. Because it was always one main, one off, or 2 mains. You know, nobody complains about having 2 main tanks. Nobody complains about having 1 main tank, 1 off tank. The only time it was a problem is when, like, obvious DPS players were just playing Hog, and then Diva, and then they would have 2 off tanks. But that's because there wasn't that many options back then for off tanks. Now, I think you can run a lot. If, like, we go in the 66 now, I think off tank is a... I think off tank would be a lot more healthy. I think you could get wins with 2 off tanks. I think you could do Malga Hog combos. You hook them in, and Malga sprays them down. Like I think 2 off tanks could work now because they've added more tanks. You know, so yeah. What a time!
They do know how to play. I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse on that one. I got a few more points I want to make, but if you've made it this far, it means you're interested in this entire conversation. So whether you think I'm right, whether I'm wrong, if you're interested in still playing Overwatch 2, and you lost a game that you found frustrating, the game balance was to blame, strategies you don't know how to deal with, teammates you think are to blame instead of you, we're going to start taking gameplay review submissions and making transformative content like we used to back in the day. So in the link below, there's a Google form submission for you to submit your replays. Remember, my Overwatch grinding duo partner Nateson, as well as a more casual player like Video Game Donkey, or a much more hardcore community.
You know, I would easily fix this issue having both 6v6 and 5v5 as an option to play, but what about the queue times? The queue times, I'd rather have 5 minutes to play a game I actually enjoy than wait like a minute to lose after my teammate wouldn't suck it up and switch to help. So true. I agree with that 100%. I wouldn't mind the longer queue times as long as I had more fun. I hate like 90% of the times the quick queues that we get in, and we're not even getting that fast queues. We've been waiting like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, sometimes more often now. That's because like usually I'm playing tank is when that happens, when we get the faster queues. But yeah, I agree. I don't think queue times, like, oh my goodness, they're gonna talk about the queue times. But hello Thundercat, welcome. We're talking about Overwatch. Bye Sammy, thank you for lurking. So, dude, I might finish this video. Like, we're gonna be halfway there. I've been talking about it for an hour. I'm sorry. There's just so much to go through because there's so much Overwatch history that I've been through and I've lived through it and I've know about it. And it's a game that I really care about, but it's been given the worst treatment ever, and it's caused such a divide. Like, I used to agree with most of what he used to say in Overwatch 1, but now it's just like, I don't think I agree with him at all. And I think it's just Like when he talks about tanks being the main problem, I think it was four characters that were the main problem of Overwatch 1 that could have been balanced out, you know? Do you play Roblox? I used to, when we did community nights, I would hang out in Roblox and we would all play together as a community. I don't play by myself because I have no idea what I'm doing in Roblox. I kind of used to let everybody else do that and I would just kind of follow and we would all hang out, you know? But at the moment, I have not played Roblox in a while, but I have played it before. All right.
Community like the Koreans preferred OpenQ for its further diversity of strategy, role flexibility, and much heightened creativity, whereas I preferred the trade-off to lose all of those things just to have a reliable competitive experience. That's why I'm so firmly advocating for the no solutions only trade-off standpoint when discussing these things.
That's okay, this is what I said this earlier, but this goes into what I always believe that they should have done from the very start. They should have had a firm stance of what they wanted the competitive scene to be and left unranked open queue. Like I believe that they should have been like, we want our ranked game to be like this. Okay? And then they could, everybody would have been like, all right, that's what you want the competitive aspect to be, then that's how it's gonna be. And then then they should have just left quick play how it was, because quick play was banging back then, you know? Sure, you got the 4 DPS or whatever, but so would the enemy team, and just the better players, better shooters would win, and the better positioning would win in that. It was just, that's how it was back then. It was just a crazy experience. You know, now we just have it where everything's just competitive. We have to be competitive about everything, because if we're not competitive about everything, we're not going to be taken seriously in the competitive scene. Who cares? Like,
because I was...
You can separate the two. I don't know why everything has to be competitive. You can separate the two. It's been separated before.
The guy demanding the devs do exactly what I want, and it turned out not everyone actually agreed. And not only that, the devs that I somewhat disrespected at the time were actually a lot more thoughtful and aware of the issues and the byproducts that I couldn't see coming. Here's Scott Mercer at BlizzCon 2018 when they were finally thinking about implementing and testing role queue.
We are thinking about role queue. You know, there are definitely some problems that would be assisted and like helped by addition of role queue. Right now we're going through the process of like looking at, say, hey, if we did it, what other after effects might there be to that? Like, how would it affect queue times? And that's one of the big things. How would it affect players' abilities to change their strategies? One of the things that I think people like about Overwatch is the ability to change strategies on the fly. A lot of thought too, because it has such far-reaching implications that might not be so obvious at first glance, but we're really treating the issue very seriously. It's one thing to understand.
Oh my gosh, he looks so much younger back then.
Like potentially like softball, like competitive issues. What if the tanks are chosen, like I say, is like Zarya, Roadhog, but you're looking really for a barrier tank? The issues that people have where it's like, oh man, I just wish we had like a tank, and like, yeah, one tank would be great, but like what they're really asking for, man, it'd be really great to have a Reinhardt. I don't know if we necessarily want to go down the road of like saying like, hey.
That's because there wasn't a Reinhardt community back then. Because I don't know why. There was actually, like, for a time in Overwatch 1, there wasn't a large Reinhardt player base. I think that issue goes away now because there's like a lot of Reinhardt players. A lot of people that love Reinhardt. I think he's like the most popular tank ever. So I don't think we'd run into that same issue with the barrier stuff, especially because we have more options, and as in Ramatra. I mean, like, we still have Sigma, but you know, I still think fundamentally Sigma needs to be I think his knees need to be broken, and then we can go back to 6v6 without, you know, because I think Sigma gives people a lot of PTSD in in 6v6. That's why.
Hey, even if within role queue, it shouldn't be the Reinhardt queue, you know, right?
Now, advocates of the October patch look to those tank combos that most of the community hated to play with, such as Zarya Roadhog, as actually playable. But that's why I think there's more holes in that October patch argument than we...
That's because we still only had 4 to 5 tanks! tanks. We have more tanks now. We just didn't have characters back then. That's the only reason why. That was just a fundamental lack of options. That was not the format issue. It was never a format issue. It was a lack of options. That's what that is. Okay? Like, I don't know what else to say to that. Like, it's like it's just lack of options. There was not enough tank tank options back then. Now we have a lot more tank options, you know, for picking a lot of different solutions. And I do think we can run 2 off tanks now. I just don't think Zarya Hog was a good off tank combo, but I think Hog Malga or Junk Zarya actually could be a good 2 off tank combo, you know? So it just depends. Like, there was not enough options back then, you know? But now the playstyle has changed. We have more options. Like, you can even run Winston Doom as a good dive. Like, Winston main tank, Doom off tank, dive in would be probably really, really good and strong, you know? Now it just goes into the problem is that they would have to nerf all the tanks, you know? Because now going back to 2 tanks, all the tanks would have to be killable and everybody would have to relearn how to play the game. And you couldn't just dive in and do whatever at all and not, you know, have a support attached to you all the time, because supports could actually pocket DPS again. And Mercy would come back, you know? And actually be a good viable pick for DPS, for damage amp, you know? I don't know. That's just, it just depends.
We realize the reason why Scott uses it as an example there, because those were 2 popular tanks that got picked often, but easily got outplayed. Any small bit of teamwork seemed to easily put shielding in front of them, denying their offense, and everybody would die on the Zarya Hog team. But by October 2020, we had already experienced a Giga Hog patch, which taught us how to play Zarya Hog, Sigma Hog. So a big percentage of the performance of a comp
Sigma's
like that
tank,
changes
though.
dramatically, not just on the balance, but on the community's ability to play around it, which changes dramatically over time. And while maybe with enough experience, both...
I do agree with him on that. Like, it was just a lack of a player experience, too, with some of the stuff. So that's one of the things I do agree with him on.
With the player base learning the synergies, as well as the devs finally adding less content to make the game easier to balance, a key point everyone seems to forget about the drought years of the game, only then we could get the October patch. Having the experience of lots of different metas by that point, no Overwatch League to teach us how to break the patch, and that October patch didn't actually last that long, because they very quickly balanced the game again, which what we really should expect is that it's likely, given enough time on a patch, the clear winners, even if they're small edge cases, will begin to snowball their power over time. This is a key aspect of the meta that the theory crafting crowd like myself and my friends tend to forget about, the social conditioning that tends to occur. And the devs know this. That's why anytime you see them over buff an underrepresented hero, part of the reason they do that is to get players to play them, teach us what they even do, then try to rein them in. The funny thing that happens with that is that once the player base is forced to grapple with those overtuned mechanics, they're forced to learn the gameplay principles behind them, so that even when those characters gets tuned down, the players are a bit better at using and countering them. I'm not a huge fan of this strategy, but it's kind of the thing they have to do if we expect them to rapidly add content and shake up the game.
All I'm gonna say to that point is Malga.
I followed many esport games over the years with varying degrees of updates. Blizzard's first mega hit esport, StarCraft Brood War, famously wasn't patched by a certain point, so instead the competitive community balanced the game, quote unquote, by changing and adding maps. But even by not doing that, the meta would just change based on the individual players learning from one another. You can see this happen in fighting games, which often don't get balanced as much. Metas come and go as techs are understood and matchups concepts are evolved. I followed Counter-Strike Go religiously for many, many years. Anytime I see Emong, I always tease him that I used to lose skins gambling on his underdog team when he played semi-pro back then. But that's a game too, where the meta and playstyle of the game would change radically without the game being changed. All of this is really important context when I'm debating some of these things with analysts of the game that are incredibly well versed in their understanding of Overwatch. The debate as
See, that's where the problem comes in, is because everybody has a different philosophy of what Overwatch should be. So like there's a tons of different opinions, but there's no set in stone view of what direction Overwatch should go in. That's why all these debates happen. That's why the arguments get so heated, is because we have no clear view. Now maybe in the future Overwatch can the team could actually decide like what specific view they want the game to go in, and they can balance and make the game towards that, and that'll be like a deciding factor for a lot of players. But like right now, is I agree with that. Like right now it's just like we're walking through a lot of fog, you know, because we don't know what the true Overwatch should be. There's no direction, no view. It's just it could go anywhere. It's sporadic. So yeah, like
as it's gone back and forth between me and Samito on these format discussions, has produced some of the best explanations of the troubles of this game, as well as now the previous one, that I think is on the internet. In his response to me, I think he highlights and articulates a lot of the design issues in Overwatch 2. And there's a huge section of things that we absolutely agree on. So
oh yeah, we could watch, okay, well, not this stream, because we've been doing this, like, I'm only 26 minutes into a 55-minute video because I'm just doing like a full in-depth breakdown now. I was gonna say we could do another one of these where I break down Samito's point of view, where I do agree with him on some things, and then I don't agree with him on some things, because like I'm never gonna agree with both of these guys on everything, but I lean more towards 6v6 and more of like what Samito says. I think we agree. So there's like, I don't feel like there's a need to really go watch a lot of his videos unless I find something I do disagree with on. But because then it's like I do disagree with some of his points with like Hanzo and some other characters that I think that he wants buffed, but I genuinely don't think are healthy for the game. But, well, not Hanzo exactly. Hanzo I think could be healthy for the game, but they just need to figure out what they want to do with him. You know, like some of the points that he made on Hanzo I do agree with, but I also disagree with at the same time. So it's just like I could go watch his video another time, you know, and then I'll talk about it. But we're gonna continue with
some of my favorite
Frito's
things that
video
have come out of these debates, especially by being the counterbalance point, the contrarian to Samito or Flats, is they've given really great explanations on the problems with the game fundamentals of Overwatch 2. It has gone too much into being a shooter. Too much self-sustainability is quite boring, especially when you start to get to a high level of the game. And the tank battle is nowhere near as interesting as it could be, mainly because a lot of the kit they've put into it and the adjustments they've made offer a lot of passive value. Armor change, headshot reduction, I can't die cooldowns, stacked on top of you can't die cooldowns. And overall, the eventual result, I think, of the Season 9 health and hitbox overhaul is that counter picks are much more reliable because you sort of can't miss. You need much less aim skill to apply a counter pick, so Cassidy can more easily hit a Tracer, and a Tracer can more easily hit a Zen. I think that's problematic for the game because it triples down on counter picking, requiring you to need even less specialization in those mechanics. I think these are all pretty severe problems in Overwatch 2, but the way I want to contribute to this conversation is bringing some reality check to what the results of what people are asking for today were back then in Overwatch 1. And while it's painful to hear this, because we all wish Overwatch could be its peak potential, the reality is all power and preference in the game is mutually exclusive, which means what I want and like is going to take away from what you want and like if we disagree on what should be the best. In my miscommunication,
so yeah, that's why I basically said, I was like, you're not going to make anybody happy, but there needs to be a clear vision for the game, so that way the people that don't agree with the vision can like find a different game that they want to play instead of coping and hoping that the game will become what they want to believe in. You know, that's why that's why these debates got super heated when finally Aaron Keller, the lead developer of Overwatch, decided to soon, not yet, but soon is gonna put his hat in the ring on 6v6 versus 5v5. So like hopefully we'll get a clear vision and it'll decide, like for a lot of people that'll probably be the deciding factor of whether they stick with Overwatch or not. And we could either see a lot of players come back, or we could see a lot of players leave, or we could see nothing happen, nothing changes and the player base stays the same. It's going to be chaotic, but it's just one of those things where yeah, he's right about that. Like nobody's going to agree on everything, but that's why it's so important for Overwatch to have a clear view and a clear direction of where they want to go, you know. But they have stopped talking, and it's just kind of, it's like I said earlier, it's just we're in a bunch of fog right now, and it's like, and everybody's got a shouting. So like you're in the fog and you're hearing the shouting of all these other people, then their opinions shouting out, you know, left and right, 6v6, 5v5, immortalities, infinite sustain, double shield, rose tinted glasses. You know, it's all of that, and it's just there's no like clear direction to unite the community. So that's why a lot of this stuff is happening. So
Sam confuses a few points I make. He thinks I massively contradict myself when it comes to tank synergies. He seems to think that I can't both claim that lower tier players weren't playing the meta, but yet synergies were oppressive. And that's because I think he doesn't realize that I'm not talking about the meta at all. I'm not talking about a balanced state, and it's the social aspect of the game. So when I say tank synergy was oppressive for the average player in Overwatch 1, what I mean is, if your tanks protected the team versus enemy tanks that didn't, there was a massive playability gap. And top players kind of ignore this because they, inside those same games, doing an unranked to GM, would dominate anyway. But the average player liked to feel safe behind their protection tanks, only staring at them, and most of the gameplay was expecting your tanks to somehow make space against the enemy's tanks. I did an insane amount of research for this video, and by accident, I found myself explaining basically this in a guide video from 2019, where I was playing on console for the first time, with poor mechanics but teaching game sense, when I was a much higher rated player on PC. Well, higher than I am now, because Overwatch 2 is a lot harder. Out of spawn, we come back, I get a huge sigil, and holding grasp for a panic ult, either from Reaper or Roadhog, tons of value from that, and we just blow this team out. In my opinion, that's the most common way for blowouts to happen in Overwatch, where one front line is just better than the other, or gets more value because maybe their healers are better or whatever, but often it's just with the rotations and understanding where to fight. What I really want to do is dispel this idea that you need your damage to carry the game. Stop waiting in line for damage queues, start winning games easily and ranking up out of the lower ranks with tank and support, who are the real carries of the core.
Yeah, well, he's also playing Sigma in that, and my opinions on Sigma, where I'm just like, there's 4 characters in Overwatch 1 that fractured what the potential is 6v6 for a lot of people. Sigma, Orisa, Bap, and Brig. As much as I love Brig, like, I can't deny the cataclysm of effect that she had on the game, you know. So yeah, so it's just those 4 characters. I don't think you can get, like back then, I don't think you could do what he's about to say with just the regular tanks that weren't Sigma, Orisa, the do-it-all tanks, you know. I think teamwork was way more important than tank individual play, but yeah.
Of Overwatch. Present day Frito again. It was eye-opening to me to go back to that guide from 2019 and hear me try to convince the community that damage wasn't the carry. Meanwhile, many of the pro tournaments had multi-tank comps before Brig was even out. Shooter fans have a bias to think that the one that's able to secure kills themselves is the one doing the carrying. Whereas Overwatch 1 or 2 is more about an exchange of cooldowns over time. Not just getting your own value, but playing in a way that's going to more easily
Yeah, that's because cooldowns were a lot longer in Overwatch 1, though.
let your team get value. As Jeff says, this was maximized in Overwatch 1, with tight choke points that demanded you to hold your tank's hands just to get through them. And honestly, one of the biggest things I've realized after...
He's talking about TCP.
watching so much Overwatch 1 footage for this video is how much slower Overwatch 1 played. Because when we get those 2 protection tanks to slow down the gameplay, a lot of nothing happens for a long time. I liked this as a player for my own performance in the game because it gave me time to make better decisions. Overwatch 2 is way more intense, where multiple heroes can run at you and out-mechanic you constantly.
And then, okay, like that's true and all, but now we have mobility creep in the game, and the mobile characters are dominating everything in the scene. And, you know, that's been a discussion of Overwatch 2, and people have said that, like, examples of Sojourn, Kiriko teleporting through walls, and lots of other characters that just have insane mobility. You know, it's just, it wasn't a format issue, it was a lack of options. So that's just what it was. And if Overwatch had the same, if Overwatch 1 still had the development time instead of them working on Overwatch 2 and canceling it, and we got more character options, that wouldn't have been a problem.
And the gameplay loop of Overwatch 2, for all of its flaws, always gives you moments where you could hit shots to turn the fight back, which just wasn't the case in Overwatch 1. The team play strategy was far more important.
Not really. Not until recently. DPS up until Season 9 had basically no effect on the game whatsoever. It was a support-dominated game for like 7 seasons, up in like Season 2 and up. Supports really carried the game because the game was mainly sustain, which was basically goats, because that's a sustain comp. But the sounds were different, so not until recently, and really not much in Season 10, but we're back in mid-Season 10, Season 11 start, because they bumped it back up to 20% because they saw that the DPS fell off their importance because support healing is just overpowered and overtuned, and they don't nerf it.
Which maybe does offer the best top 1% experience among players that know how to contribute in such a cadence of gameplay. I can tell you from watching and reviewing thousands of hours of player VODs that the 99% played the game entirely differently. When we look at gameplay like this, the response from top players is always going to be, well, they didn't balance the game right. Ana came out overtuned. She healed for too much. But the funny part about that is, that was actually after they buffed her because she seemed useless when she first came out. Try to think of the landscape of the game. They want to add a new character that's exciting prior to...
Yeah, but also back then, Ana was bad because the maps didn't... There was no map that actually favored Ana at the time when she came out. That's also a thing with heroes. Like, some heroes are really map dependent, like Sigma on Circuit Royale. Like, how many Sigmas do we see on Circuit Royale or Havana? You know? Like, some characters are just map dependent, and Ana is a map dependent hero because inherently sniper character falls in the far back line, you know, gotta hit shots. There wasn't very good sightlines that she could take advantage on, but that's because 2CP was a very popular map that had more maps than push, the payload maps. So that's the reason, one of the reasons why she was weak, but then they buffed her, and then people figured out how to play her, and, you know, then it was fine. Like, you know, but at the time, there just wasn't... I feel like there was just not a lot of maps. Like, a lot of Overwatch's problems is a lack of content. It wasn't the format. It was a lack of content.
Ana, the only skill shot support was Zenyatta, and he was really weak and situational. They were trying to get players excited to play support. Most Overwatch players weren't playing the game with more than one tank, and Ana was underperforming, so they increased the radius of Ana nade so you could more reliably hit it. The average player hardly had any tanks around them to heal, and with more split up, squishy gameplay, there was damage threats around to contest Ana.
Also, Ana released like 3 months after the initial game launch, or like around there. It was a very short time window when the game launched without Ana, and then Ana dropped in. So people were still learning how to play the game back then. So I don't know if that's exactly fair of a comparison. But I mean, but it's still a point to be made though. So he's not exactly wrong, but I just think like the environment was different.
So if you wanted to try to feel impact with healing, it was kind of difficult. based on the culture of the game. Top players and pros will blame AoE healing as being one of the biggest downfalls of Overwatch 1, but over years of battling with Jeff Kaplan about this, I finally get his perspective of why he was so annoyed by having to bend his designs to the whims of the best players who played in an organized environment when the majority of players played in a disorganized environment. The reason is, we should have learned the problem with AoE healing as soon as Ana came out. It doesn't break the game for everyone, it becomes overtuned when your teammates start to position around it. This is why there was always an amplified effect, potentially, of Moira, Brig, Baptiste, and even launch-era Ana. The devs want to add this new, interesting kit to give supports more options and to embolden the healer aspect and fantasy of the game, because we launched with basically just Lucio Mercy. Imagine that. Compare that to Kiriko at launch, who is like those two characters put together and Genji at the same time.
Yeah.
As it turns out, there's always going to be severe competing interests when we compare the experience of players that are in elos that work together versus ones where it's pretty chaotic. Even if the game is trying its best to emphasize and build for team play as much as possible. People played Overwatch 1 like Overwatch 2 is designed to be played anyway. That's the thing. If you think of the positions you're supposed to take in Overwatch 2, it looks like the bad positions the average players would always take in Overwatch 1. Tank mostly riding cart, everybody spread out. So the reason why they've designed the game to go down self-sufficiency and allowing the tank to go off on their own and everyone else to go off on their own is because so much of the playability of the game in the first game was needing to sync up and move in together. And if the enemy team did that against you and your team didn't, there was no shooter game to be had, which is why I use the Tim the Tatman example. He says it's unfair for me to bring up Tim the Tatman because there was lots of reasons Tim left. Fortnite came out, it was a better career decision, balance could have fixed it. He was really only complaining about D.Va, not tank synergies. D.Va was clearly overpowered, but all of this misses the point. The point is, players complained about the MOBA aspect of the game, and Blizzard's solution to remove one of the tanks kills multiple birds with one stone. Helps queue times, which as Gavin Winter has said on Twitch, queue times are approximately...
Yeah, but the mobile aspect is intrinsic to the game, and if that's just not the game they want to play, I mean, why are we catering to Call of Duty players if we're not trying to be Call of Duty? Like, that's like, you come here to play a team-based game with synergy and positioning and team-based aspects with projectiles that you can't find in other shooter-based games, you know? So why do we have to cater to players that, like, aren't familiar, well, that aren't Overwatch players, you know, that don't want to play like that, you know? Speaking of Call of Duty, I'm sure they just mentioned Fortnite, yeah. So it's like, what do you want out of Overwatch? Do you want it to be Call of Duty in a battle royale, or do you want it to be a party game, or do you want it to be more like a MOBA? I preferably like to head down the more MOBA route. Like, that is me. Like, I like the MOBA aspect of Overwatch. I like the teamwork. I like having another tank to combo with, because it's fun to have friends that can play tank with you and combo. And that's like that's what I really liked about it. But like, why do we have to cater to like the people that aren't really interested in the first place in hero shooters if they just want to play team deathmatch? Like, team deathmatch was put in Overwatch as an arcade game mode for a reason, because we're not a team deathmatch game. We don't have a search and destroy game. You know, our game, Overwatch, is a more MOBA game. You know what would be crazy? If they actually gave us a MOBA map for Overwatch, you know? That'd be crazy. All right, maybe that would get 5v5 to work, you know? Tanking a DPS down one lane, a support down in the solo lane, you know? Another DPS down mid. Like, maybe, why don't we try that? I mean, we kind of are with Clash, right? Not really, but like, you know. It'd be crazy though, but why not?
Twice as good in
I feel like we get a lot of League players and a lot of Smite players that hop on to Overwatch because they also like the MOBA aspect. But you're killing that, but that was like the majority of the player base, like at the time.
Overwatch 2 to 1, which makes sense because tanks were always the bottleneck to creating matches. In fact, I kind of wish it was better than that, but also just removes your dependency on playing around them or them being as important to your experience. We can't move the goalpost to make 100 reasons why it was something else because, well, you know who else complained about tank synergy? I did. The entire history of the game. One of my biggest complaints of Overwatch 1 was that it felt unplayable when the enemy team had a good comp and your team didn't. And how about this for more examples? 2 of the 3 of the Your Overwatch team left the game, not because of tank synergy specifically, but because it turned too much into a MOBA. It was unrecognizable to the shooter game we thought we were all signing up for, right? It's not about whether Tim did or didn't come back, or if he made the career decision, or whether it was a balance issue or not. It's that, is there players like Tim that exist that complained about tanks? Yes. A major overarching narrative over the course of Overwatch 1 was shooting at shields sucks, so they removed it. The casual players don't like getting through those abilities. Now, to critique Overwatch 2, that means a lot of that tankiness is then transferred onto the tank themselves, and they often can be difficult to take down, but I think you just gotta grind tank a while to notice that there's lots of things that take you down easily. So I don't know where this like unkillable tank idea even comes from, except for like the most outlier examples. How's this for another example? In the earlier days of Overwatch, there was a common meme called "No aim, no brain, I'm a Winston main." People said this unironically. We know today, and almost everyone watching this video probably agrees, that Winston takes a lot of skill to play. Maybe even one of the highest skill ceiling tanks and one of the best designed tanks in the history of the game. That translates to both Overwatch 1 and 2. But if you played a squishy character and wanted to play a shooter game in Overwatch 1 and you were part of the 50 million players or whatever that came out right away and thought you were going to get to play a shooter game, you learned real quick that tanks dominated the game. And all they had to do was know when to target you and when to jump on you. Listen, I loved playing these characters. I love teaching these characters. I love learning from the top level players and translating their knowledge to something that the average player could implement. But to say this wasn't an easier route to power than shooter kit, and to say that people didn't complain about it, the survivorship bias is heavily showing. You don't think that because you survived staying in the game this long that most people who were still playing after all of that learned to put up with it. It doesn't mean all gamers, and especially free-to-play gamers, would agree. But in any case, how many Tim examples do I need in order to prove this point to Sam? Is there any way I could do it?
I think you need 10.
Far too into the weeds of how many tanks should be in the game from like a nerdy meta theory crafting point of view, and we're just talking about basic things. We're just talking about, when you turn the corner, can you hit a shot or is there a shield in the way? Whereas far too much of how high level players, Samito included, talk about this game, it's all about in like how the team...
He says a shield in the way. Like, that's... I know this is just trauma from Sig Orisa. This is just trauma speaking, bro. I'm sorry. Sig and Orisa, I agree, were the most unhealthy characters added to Overwatch 1. Well, along with Bap and Brig. And that's just true. But, like, you can't blame the format for bad hero design.
Fights resolve. The way he explains it is you can access the space easier because there's one tank out of the way, right? But the duels are harder and there's more immortality abilities and the players now have higher health in Season 9 and a long list of complaints. Many of them maybe are true, but the playability of the game to the average player is, do I turn the corner, use cover, and hit shots like a shooter game? Or do I have to have 2 tanks perfectly cycling their tanking abilities in front of me and I'll never get to damage the enemy at all? So I do agree that it's gone too far in the shooter direction, where Hog and Mauga are the top tanks. The tank exchange is extremely lacking, and while there's a lot of shooter kits in the game and you get to shoot the enemy, the MOBA that's back in the game is just sort of like auto-sustain cooldowns, which needs to be addressed. But we have to start to give more accurate feedback because the devs have been spun in so many different directions. We cry about burst damage for years. Now Hanzo's gutted. We say holding a shield is boring, then we ask for the shields back. We say counter picking is weak and useless because meta comps were so strong in Overwatch 1, and now we say counter picking sucks. And this was another interesting bit of confusion. There was a hater video made talking...
Counter picking does suck though. Like, it's just like, I like to play Ryan. Oh, you like to play Ryan? That sucks. You ain't gonna play what you like to play. You play anything else other than that. And then I'm like, okay, don't play Winton. Oh, you like to play Winton? Well, allow me and my whole team to swap and make you unplayable. Oh, your team isn't gonna counterpick us. It looks like you're just gonna have fun exploding the entire game. That's Overwatch 2 experience on tank.
Badly about myself and many other Overwatch creators.
Yeah, I've actually seen that video. That I don't agree with that person actually hating these creators. Like, they just have different opinions. Are their opinions wrong? Yes and no. Are their opinions right? Yes and no. It's an opinion, and you take it for how you want to see it. But there's no reason to hate people over their opinions, especially in this game with no clear direction. Now, if it was a wild opinion and the game had a direction, like, there's still no reason to hate. But there's always a reason to respectfully disagree.
My great sin was that I publicly said I like counterpicking, and I think many players do. This person in question took great offense to this, calls me a shill for this. Meanwhile, it's like really hard for me to even follow his logic. People don't like counterpicking? Well, are players doing it against you? They are. Okay. So it obviously exists. Do you think they all hate it? All of them. I still see this in my comments where people use his misquote of what I said.
I don't think all, but I think people dislike having to do it.
Most.
Like, you're always gonna find the one person. Like, there's people that are willing to counter swap. Like me, I counter swap if I have to, but I don't. I do it begrudgingly. Not that I want to, you know, because, like, as you've seen, if I can just get away with just playing Winton the whole time, then I'll play Winton. If I can get away with playing Ryan the whole time, then I'm playing Ryan. You know, it's not that I like to counter swap. It's just like I'm forced to, and there's a lot of people that feel probably the same way. It's not like that they hate doing it. There's just begrudgingly. It's like DPS players, they want to play Soldier the whole time. They can do that. Support players, they only want to play Kiriko or Mercy, and they can do that and still get value. Tank, if the other tank counterpicks you, or support now, if a support counterpicks you, you're screwed. You have to swap. They have no player agency and no amount of skill on their side that can really stop that. Like, that's the one problem, you know? It's like the abilities outweigh the player skill. Like, that's the problem. Like, maybe they figure out how to balance it in, like, the golden era of 5v5, which I don't think we'll ever have. But if they ever do figure out how to do that, and it turns out 5v5 was the way, then that's, like, good for them. Like, maybe I'll be like, okay, well, maybe this isn't so bad. But we haven't seen it. It's been 2 years, and they've had more patches than Overwatch 1 had in, like, in 4 years. So, like, I don't know. I don't.
When I actually said many, and also it seems over the years so much of this has been retranslated to the new community we have. Counterpicking wouldn't have been a controversial word to say at the launch of Overwatch 1. Back then, counters were even harsher. It just wasn't the tanks and tank synergies that could be countered because they were overpowered. But Junkrat couldn't contest to Pharah. He had self-damage. Symmetra had no flexibility. Hanzo had no mobility. Brigitte was released a hard counter Tracer. Hard counters were harder in Overwatch 1.
Just Tracer,
and on top of
Winston,
that, if you want open queue or 6v6, you badly need
Diva.
flex players like me to fill in for
I'll say
you.
mainly
Otherwise, the
Winston
game
counter, though,
turned into an
back then.
unplayable apocalypse. It's very strange to me that the guy that's willing to flex is now being demonized in our community. No, we wanted you to be a one trick like we complained about for 6 years in Overwatch 1. Hold on a second. No, you didn't. So anyway, the accusation's hard to even track in its own right. But on top
Different
of that,
players,
the pain
probably.
points from the community has turned into vile toxicity towards the old school creators who have put the time in to grow not only just their personal platforms, but develop content for this game. Grinding deep in the salt mines of Overwatch Ranked is just so disrespectful. For me, before I had my life incident, I put out videos with this level of complexity that I'm releasing today all the time. And the return on investment for my time is ridiculously bad for working on this. You only do that for the love of the game. And the other creators that are popular to get called out now, take your pick of whoever you think is a shill. All of them, I remember when they had hundreds of views on Twitch, not the thousands they have today. They put their time in. And all evidence points to the devs listening on any complaint you have, no matter how silly it is. When we get a chance to talk to the devs and give feedback, they ask for more. They want it harsher. We run out of things to say. They've heard it all, trust me. Okay, back to the counterpicking point, the coup de grace to this Frito likes counterpicking, therefore shill non-argument. I don't like hard counters. I don't like passive value. And just for a terminology check, there's only so many ways to pick a hero in Overwatch. You can one-trick it, which we used to dislike. You can get into a matchup and decide to mirror pick and try to outplay them on that. I generally dislike doing it. I just don't find that fun, even when it's objectively probably the best path to victory for me. Instead,
Sometimes I feel like you
to
have to do that,
counter-strat,
especially
'cause I
against a
find it
good
more
Doomfist.
interesting. Not to have a free win necessarily, but I like textured matchups.
Especially 'cause
How does it
Hog
make
is
me
bad.
a shill to like the
Not
base
really a good
foundation
counterpick to
of what the
Doom
game
at
was
the
supposed to
moment.
be about since launch? Freely swapping your strategy mid-game. And by the way, I'm the guy who championed against that to begin with. When Brigitte came out in 2018, I said, okay, that's enough of the free swap stuff. Let's have hero bans so that we don't have hard counters existing in the game. If you're going to have hard counters that are that powerful of one character selecting and existing to hard mark another, or in an entire playstyle or comp, then we have to have hero bans or draft to limit those strategies. Otherwise, whatever counters the most stuff will be the top meta. Guys, I talked about this for years, and now somehow people are making it seem
Another
like
successful
I'm the
Zara
one who
that
asked
never
for hard
happens.
counter picks to be meta. And then you wonder why I ramble on podcasts or my emotions get the better of me. Because people are talking mad shit that doesn't make sense constantly about me. No one was for hero bans back.
My biggest thing with Doom is people feeding him empowered punch as it resets punch entirely, which is sort of a free kill if Doom is really good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, right now, like, Doom isn't like the greatest tank, but like the counter picks to Doom are so bad you have to mirror Doom, you know? You either mirror Doom or you have to play Malga and just Malga it against his whole team. You're supposed to punish him for using block, yep, but he can't really get punished anymore for using block because his counters aren't very good. And he can still get away, so he doesn't even get punished if he like misplays his block. So like that's one of the problems with him, I would say, is he has like a too many get out of jail free cards, you know?
Back in 2018, I was off on an island, sort of like I am today in this video, in this series of videos. I was off on my own. No one agreed with me. Now, a good percentage of the Overwatch creators agree with me, but not back then. I'm sick and tired of being outcast by this community and not being wrong. It's enough to drive a guy crazy. Okay, regrouping a little bit now. That subject's off on.
Yeah, Kiri, the immortality stuff, you know, cleansing immortality. Gosh, yeah. I think Doom could work a lot better. Like, encountering Doom and having like a rock, paper, scissors thing would work a lot better in 6v6. Because even if Hog is weak, like, if Hog is as weak as he is right now, you know, not very, like, it's not that he's bad, it's just that he's like all the tanks aren't very good right now, you know, but he's just one of the worser ones because he's had so many hard nerfs because we've been in sustained meta for the past 4 seasons and nothing changes that. But now we've been forced to change that. But now Sig is the most sustaining tank, and now Sigma is the most popular tank. Sigma, Doom, and Wrecking Ball and Malga are up there because those are the ones that survived the longest. So I would say those are probably the best ones. But yeah, that's because they have the options to just unlimitedly stay up. You know, it's just whatever is the most sustaining tank is the tank that is the Overwatch 2 tank.
On an island, a kind of a completely unreasonable point of view to begin with. I want to lay out some more receipts for my arguments. Sam and many of the 6v6 crowd state that nobody complained about tank synergies in Overwatch 1. What I think they really mean is, in their idealized version, the October patch that lasted a month, nobody complained about tank synergies then. But if you look through the history of the game, the enemy tanks having synergies and yours not was a major complaint. Me and SVB agree on this point. This is the one that Sam was confused about to begin with. This is a universal Overwatch problem. The major difference is when you're the solo tank, at least you get to pick the tank line you're running no matter what. You, the one player. You're not dependent on the diva matrixing you in or the Zarya knowing when to bubble you, which are things that top players did. But for the average player, what this actually does is put more meat in the way in choke points, makes it much harder to make an impact in the neutral fight, and teams would poke.
Yeah, but like, okay, can I actually move this? Look, Reinhardt has 500 HP. Like, Reinhardt, especially in Overwatch 1, Reinhardt was really killable. And a lot of other tanks were really killable, and they had a lot more weaknesses. Like Hog had to stand still and heal, and you anti him, he instantly dies, basically. You know, Zarya had a bubble that she had one bubble she could put on herself, and then one bubble that she had to put on a teammate. You know, and if she mistimed those bubbles, she instantly died. Diva's Matrix only lasted a certain amount. It wasn't very long. Sure, it needed to be retuned because sometimes it was overpowered, but like once they tuned it, it's like once her Matrix was down, she was like the largest tank in the game and was easily farmed for alt charged, you know? So it's just, there's like give and takes with these things. And it's not just bad synergies, you know? It's just lack of options, which led to bad synergies, is because tanks didn't have that many options back in Overwatch 1. Overwatch 2, like I said before, like Malga Hog could work as two off-tank players. It could work. Like, there was just not enough. It's an option-based problem. It's like the same thing. There's 4 problematic characters that got added into Overwatch 1 that ruined the experience, and the game was left on those bad characters being meta for 4 years. And that's Sigma, Orisa, BAP, and Brig. Like, that is what killed Overwatch. We had 4 fundamentally bad characters that were introduced into Overwatch 1 that probably had too many tools, and that's what killed the game. Like that's why like a lot of people have double shield stigma, because like they were left on that for 4 years.
At the choke until you get ultimates, and that's the only way team fights would resolve for a lot of players and a lot of ranks on a lot of maps. Yeah, you wouldn't get countered, but sort of nothing happened. Whereas now you can constantly move on the map, access space wherever you want, find a weakness on the enemy team, and you have a lot of agency to always do something. Whereas in the Deathball-tastic gameplay of 6v6, there was a lot of standing behind your tanks wondering.
That's also the game modes, and we had the lack of maps. So it was just a lack of content too. You can boil that down to that too. I don't think we would have the same problems in Push or Flashpoint or even Clash that's coming up. It was just the lack of game modes, lack of support for the game. Like that's you can boil that down to that for Overwatch 1. Like Overwatch 2 has had so much more support for the game, so much more game modes added to it, and more support and more balancing per month, you know. It was just a lack of content. Like that is what it is. We have that content now in Overwatch 2, but it just needs to be retuned for an Overwatch 1 setting. Then I think it'd be fine. Like Malga Hog off tanks, Junker Queen Zarya off tanks. Those comps, I do see them working. You bubble in the Junker Queen alt, she goes in, antis everyone, you know, has a way to get out. Yeah, like, and you can do that. You can do those combos. Malga Hog, Malga alt traps everybody in. Hog's alt, they're in close range. They take so much damage, they die. We just had lack of options. We have those options now. Like the whole problem was that we got 2 fundamentally bad tanks that shouldn't have been in the game, being Sigma, Orisa, and they were just overkitted. They should have either had, like I said, Sigma shouldn't have had Grasp and Shield and Rock. He should have had Grasp and Rock or Shield and Rock. It shouldn't have been both. Like he just became the most sustainable tank in the game besides Orisa, which was Fortify and Shield, when she should have only had Fortify in the grab move or shield in the grab move, not both. Like that was the problem. So
if they're going to coordinate, which of course is not how the top 1% or pros play.
like those two tanks didn't follow the philosophy as the other tanks. Like Reinhardt, charge, fire strike, that's it. You know, those were his two main abilities. Shield was an ability too, but like that was basically his HP bar, because he can't move it out like Sigma's. It doesn't come back as fast as Sigma's. You can't instantly put it down like Orisa's once the cooldown's down. Once his shield pops, Reinhardt dies, you know? To be honest, Zara, Ryan compensate each other, but it's killable. Yeah. That's why, like, people don't hate double shield, because Bubble and Reinhardt shield, technically a double shield meta. Technically, if you boil it down, you know, they do the same functions, but they have weaknesses, and you can exploit that. Sigma and Orisa did not have weaknesses, which made them unkillable.
Played it. We made 6 years of guides breaking down how to do that, and the most hardcore players did utilize those strategies, and many of them are disgruntled now, having learned those skills that are now less relevant in the sequel. So certainly you're going to feel loss aversion for your skill set to be less relevant. Trust me, I get it completely. I'm a much lower rank in this game than I ever was in Overwatch 1. But overall, across all 3 roles, I do have much more fun with the freedom and skirmishy gameplay of the sequel. And perhaps most importantly, having a reasonable queue time for any role I want to play.
Always queue
Why am I
times.
describing this to you? For all of you that have already written angry comments below, I want you to listen to this next clip of me trying to explain the complexities of how to just walk in together through a choke in Overwatch 1, then come back and edit your comment. Because this is how guide videos had to sound for the average player for 6 years in the first game.
We're going to be looking specifically at working through difficult chokes. You are low on health and have no shield. Just like in our previous examples on Blizzard World, this is time to just duck around the corner, be happy that the enemy tanks aren't on you, and you actually have a high ground advantage, regen your health and your shield, then go again. Instead, we W right into like 1, 2.
So like, because this guy, he's showing like a really specific example of one player with low barrier running into a team of 5, that isn't the problem with tanking. That's a problem with the player. Like, why would you run in there on a team of 5? That's called a skill diff. Like, literally a skill diff. If you're running into a team of 5 with no ult, barely any shield, you know, lack of patience.
2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5 sources of damage and die instantly, your team's struggling to keep up with you, and you wouldn't be able to survive all this damage with like 5 healers. Which is interesting because your Zarya teammate, I know in chat, kept saying that you didn't have enough healing. Well, when tanks face tank too many damage angles, it feels that way. But you only have 6 players on the team, and even if 4 of them were healers for your 2 tanks, you would still struggle to stay alive.
The other problem is he went out in the open right here, but there's cover that leads to that same choke he was going to. So it was a positioning error. See this? Like, look at this. He went here, but this same area with cover, because of this wall, he should have went through here, which his supports
really bad
did,
angles
but
like
he
this.
didn't.
Now, moving on to the next engagement, Mei here is exploiting our immobility, tosses down the Blizzard.
That's because this is one of the hardest chokes to get through on Lunar Colony, and
this is the kind of thing that happens, unfortunately, in Overwatch, where you take a really bad engagement.
he has full shield and ran the fight of Mei, but I mean, that's a Blizzard ult, so it wouldn't have mattered either way. But
Ton of ult
back then, he was getting sprayed without it. He would have froze either way.
now. They kind of win this fight for free, but they pop Valkyrie when they didn't need it. However, at this point in the game, your teammate is begging for a higher amount of healing, even though that is the worst idea, actually, and this is going to go much worse, swapping the
So look, it's lack of options. Like, look at this. Look at this. See that? There's 7 tanks. 7 tanks you could pick from. I mean, you know, so it's just
Lucio for the Mercy here. Now we reset up to go again, but it'll be even easier for the Mei now to wall us off. Remember, you outplay some of these chokehold shenanigans. You need either speed.
So the other problem is that they're going up the stairs. They should be taking the wide choke. The white, like going outside and all the way through the other side.
Speed, mobility, flank, some combination of these ideas. Putting more healing into tanks.
See that door right there? That door leads straight up to the other side. While they're guarding in the choke there, it's much easier to get through the one door because you don't have a whole hallway where they can spam damage down in on top of you directly. They only have one choke, and you go in there with the Reinhardt shield. They already have a Zarya. Zarya bubbles you. You go in there, and then
Just so
now you have a free engagement because it's much harder to hold that choke at the door up here than it was down here. So they're making a fundamentally wrong play by going up the stairs where the enemy can have a free shot line at their heads, their head hit shots. So
Zarya can get split off and focus fired in front of you doesn't help. You either have to speed together so that it's really hard to wall you off properly, or do something to bait the wall.
yeah.
Go a different direction. Frankly, you have a Symmetra, which isn't even bad against this big bunker defensive setup. Use the Sim Telly to go.
So is his argument at this is just bad positioning because that's a skill diff. That's comes with part of the game. Is that what it is?
Or to some
Is that
point
what
of
he's gonna
safety,
say?
So you're not fighting into these claustrophobic choke positions. But in any case, moving slow without Lucio here just means your whole team is easily farmable.
Wow, I really got a lot of mileage out of that Road podcaster for many years. Can you imagine that was peak Overwatch content in Overwatch 1? Yep, and also higher tier gameplay back in 2018. I realized we don't play 2CP anymore, so it was all about chokes walking in together, and you can kind of see what Jeff was talking about when he thought it was a good idea to make it all about holding hands doing the same thing, which meanwhile, the players in the game that we were watching don't know how to even use the characters that do counter what the enemy was doing, using speed boost or teleport to get their tanks in. That's just a great example to me of how, like, the perception versus reality of this tank gameplay, guys. The perception is everyone works together and you do cool things. The reality was no one really knew what they were doing, and a lot of tank looked like that. If we had that gameplay back, guys, do you really think that's better than the things you get to do on tank now? I realize there's problems with 5v5, but
Dude,
even with
isn't
the
my-
new tanks in the game, I'm telling you that defense
Am I crazy? Even though he's using this gameplay to show like what's wrong with Overwatch, is it bad that I think this looks like good gameplay? Like this would be fun to play into, because not only are the teams playing together and they're like coordinating, but also Zarya Ryan is such a fun like synergy.
defensive stacking of tanks is
Like, am I crazy that I think this looks a lot more fun than what we get in Overwatch 2 right now?
very likely going to be top meta against the offensive tanks people actually like to play, because cycling two
Also, this Reinhardt's not playing correctly. See this cover right here? You should be holding this cover and then peeking out, swinging the hammer in and out. That would be a better way of holding that choke while cycling shield and cycling shield and swings. Because if you peek out, swing, they shoot, they hit the wall, you get your shield back and have protection. They try to peek, you pin, you take one off the map. There's a tank dead. And then you get that engagement.
tools with synergistic defenses creates space, an idea that tanks haven't had to worry about.
That's back then because like people didn't take a lot of cover, so like that's just a fair point on him. Like gameplay knowledge wasn't like as knowledgeable back then, you
Since
know.
Overwatch 2. And with so much of the gameplay being about how to survive holding hands through a choke, there is no doubt in my mind that the freedom of movement and individual agency of Overwatch 2 is better and more accessible.
That's mainly 2CP though. Like the main example of this is 2CP, which they got rid of that game mode entirely. So I don't know if that's a fair comparison, because then like I feel like if you judge Overwatch 1 now, since 2CP is gone, you should only be judging the push maps, because they said that they're not bringing 2CP back. So bringing up Overwatch 1 and 2CP, that's not a fair comparison. I feel like that's a disingenuous argument, you know? Like they've stated that they're not going to bring 2CP back. So if Overwatch 1 comes back with 6v6, I feel like you should only base it off of like the push game mode, and that would be it, because that's what the future would look like.
To the average player than that. The individual skill expression of Overwatch 2
2CP
is insane compared
2CP is gone, so the game is more healthy spot for 6v6. Yeah, I would agree, especially with the new game modes they added. I think those would be a lot better with, especially Flashpoint. Flashpoint would feel a lot better in the 6v6 than in, yeah. would be fine in 6v6. Yeah, I agree. I think the game modes that they've added now would work a lot better in 6v6 than 5v5, especially push, like the bot push one. That one's kind of garbo, but like I think it would work a lot better in 6v6.
That. The reality was, Overwatch 1 had much more of a punishing knowledge curve where you could be far less skilled but just know how to play Overwatch and go really far. For someone who wants to, as Jeff says, blow off steam in a video.
See, this is the problem. Like he said, he needs to duck around the corner, but this guy ducked right when he should be ducking left. Like that. Sorry, I'm judging gameplay again. I need to stop.
This meant you had to treat Overwatch 1 like a job. There was no casually taking a position and pressuring, then running in with an advantage. No. It was either you all coordinated or your entire team got blown out. That's that choke gameplay that we're looking at, and it would happen on...
But that's the whole point of a team-based game. You all work together or you lose. That is what made Overwatch fun and good. Like, you had to work together. Like
the map that we have today as well. The reason why I don't come down harder on immortalities from the support cast in Overwatch 2 is because there's only so much defense in the game overall. You know what was another way to become immortal? The tank abilities from Overwatch 1. The 2 tank abilities in front made things behind them immortal the whole time. Why is a Rhine shield and a Diva Matrix seen objectively as 100% better than a cooldown that acts in a similar...
Because the characters died right after those abilities were gone. Kiriko can teleport away. Bap can jump to a different high ground and escape. So that's why those abilities feel better to go up against, even though what you're saying is that they're a form of immortality, which I disagree with. But once those abilities are gone, the tanks died, the supports don't. That's why. That's the answer, I feel like, you know.
Way for an individual.
Or that's what my answer would be. I could be wrong, but that's what I would say if I talked to him about that. That would be it.
I just kind of don't get the logic. And I'm not against Suzu getting nerfed and losing some of its attributes and all the other things that people complain about reasonably. It's just like the principle of it can't exist. I just don't get. Like, Overwatch is a free and open game. The way Jeff saw it, it's closer to his vision now than it was then. We're going to be getting more heroes on the line that are crazy and add new mechanics. It's just going to keep happening. This is the game. So limiting what the design can give us out of any of the 3 roles, I just think is a mistake. And if you snapshot any of those comments that are made in isolation in one given meta and come back in 1 to 3 years back to that same subject, it's going to look entirely different with the extra heroes that are added to the game anyway. Dante on the podcast, for example, said that Diva...
Yeah, because the game got more content.
Does it...
Like, that's all that Overwatch 1 needed. It just needed the content that Overwatch 2 got. And the game would have been fine. But they decided to delete Overwatch 1 entirely and give the new content to a game that content doesn't seem like it was designed for. So that's one of the main problems.
Doesn't function in 5v5. Now, of course, he's right in the pro context, but she's one of the higher win rate tanks for the majority of players. If you look at overbuff. So how do you square that circle? Or how about at the launch of the game, Diva and Zarya were by far the strongest tanks? Because so much of our conversation has been dominated by competitive players, and they often speak hyperbolically and say things that are obviously not going to remain true, but then keep saying it. It's very hard to have a reasonable conversation about this. Sam's the most articulate version of these guys, so I kind of use him as an example. Also, I know he's tough enough to take it as my friend, but I have taken issue with how he's phrased this feedback for his whole career, pretty much, which is why it's problematic when you say things like they can never balance tanks in 5v5 when we have no idea what they could do next.
They could give tanks purification beads from Smite, you know? Like, they could do what Paladins does, but are we really gonna... Like, Paladins was always seen as the worst Overwatch. Are we really gonna become a worse Paladins? You know? I don't know. Like, that, like... You're gonna have to change the game before so much that it's not even what people used to think the game was, and I feel like that's the problem, you know? So it's like we just need direction, like a clear vision of what the game's future would be is clean, like, you know, clear it all up. As a Paladins player, I was GM in that game, and even I left that game for its balance. Yeah.
Who knows
Yeah.
what the next thing is? Because let's not forget, they also said they could never balance Widowmaker and Tracer in 5v5. Well,
And Widowmaker has become one of the most problematic heroes in 5v5 because cheaters get so much value off of Widow, it's insane. And you can't do anything about it now.
turns out they're one of the healthier heroes after the great health rework. Both are effective, but counterable. We've got other byproducts and problems now too, but this is why you can't put a post in the ground to say they can't do something, because then you're forced to...
I agree with Tracer being counterable because they gave Cass the flashbang back, so like you can counter Tracer pretty easily, but Widowmaker not so much. You gotta full swap dive. Otherwise those headshots are gonna roll your team. High level Widow can be oppressive. I wouldn't say even at high level, I would say at mid level Widow can be like somewhat oppressive because her LOS to death is really high. Like if you're in Widow sites, like you always have that like chill going down your spine, like, oh man, I'm about to instantly die. This Widow can see me for like half a second, you know? I'm about to evaporate into like dust.
move the goalpost once they change it. And your prediction was they couldn't change it. And then they did. This keeps happening. It's happened for years. And maybe it is the case that top 500 ranked in 5v5 is often going to...
But I do agree. I feel like it's more fair, or I used to agree, is the Widow headshots were harder to hit until recently because they made the hit shots boxes larger. But Widow was always seen as the more skilled character other besides Hanzo, you know? It's more fair to die by a Widow headshot than a Hanzo headshot, you know? So that's how the community viewed it, at least, because Hanzo arrows, people would watch replays and see Hanzo arrows curve from like 180 degrees into another player's head, instantly killing them when it was clearly off. So
just be the flavor of the month tank. But the alternative system produced the flavor of the decade tank in turning Roll Q into the Reinhardt Q, because it was the only tank anyone knew how to play around for the metal ranks. So imagine that. Imagine they're trying to add new tank.
well, also Reinhardt is a beloved tank that the community just loves, and even in 5v5 Reinhardt is still one of the most played tanks. It doesn't matter, people are going to play the character that they like. That's what we should learn about this. That's why all these changes, like, it doesn't matter, you know, because people are going to play what they want to play, but they get pissed when they can't play what they want to play, which is the main problem with 5v5 and not so much with 6v6, because Reinhardt players could play Reinhardt without feeling the need to swap to Malga, Orisa, or Hog.
Tank characters, and they just sort of don't function to interest that player base because the whole game is stand behind Reinhardt. So yes, I understand that the top 1% gameplay gets hurt, but we're not going to expect top 1% gameplay to ever be fantastic. It's always been degenerate, bar 1 month on a patch that we barely played. Alternatively, in this system, the average player sees loads of heroes. The pick rates are all over the place, which is objectively far more diversity for the average player. Maybe too much, because one of Sam's strongest points is that if the tanks hard counter one another, because their stat numbers are so high, the outplayability window is smaller, because you have an even bigger threshold to outplay a disadvantage. This is a very good point. But that same thing did happen in Overwatch 1. You just had one poor sap feel obligated to have to pick Reinhardt or insta-lose the game. That's what actually happened, which also wasn't a good outcome. Tank lines hard rolled when they got counterpicked, just like they do in Overwatch 1. You just didn't notice it as severely because there was more vague cushion in the way. There was less skill shots. There was more team fights and less skirmishes. We haven't seen a hard counterpick more than launch Brigitte against Tracer, which is what she was designed to do. Now, competitive...
I was like, he says Tracer, I say more Winston. I think Winston really suffered with the launch Brig. Not just Tracer. Tracer, yeah, but I would say more so Winston, because basically Winston got Thanos snapped out of the game once Brig launched, because every time, because when she launched, her shield bash went through shields. So if Winston dived, he got stunned instantly. And so I feel like it hurt Winston a lot more as a tank. But I also agree, it did definitely hurt Tracer. It made Tracer basically not be able to run the game, you know. So, and Frez's most honorable tanks, I think that goes to Zarya, Winston, and Reinhardt being number 1. I think Reinhardt and Winston are probably the most fair and honorable tanks, you know, and then after that it'd probably be Zarya, and then after Zarya it just goes downhill from there. Also, Briggs passive melee pretty much out healed Winston's damage now. Yep, that's true. That's true. You can, as a Winston, you couldn't kill Brig. That's why I'm saying, like, you can't kill Brig. Well, you can kill Brig in Overwatch 2, though, as long as, you know, she misses her flail and there, you know, she doesn't get a tickle from any other healing. And if she gets to, you know, she has to get hit with the DPS passive, and then you can kill her in Overwatch 2, you know. But other than that, you know, yeah.
Players just sort of write off half of the new additions to the game, but they kind of miss the point that the
yeah, that was a good change on Winston. But yeah, no, that was just a good change on Winston.
Game is about adding new crazy things. So we talk at both sides of our mouth with this. They should keep doing the crazy, wacky things they are doing, just balance it. But when they do things like that, we're somehow seemingly simultaneously furious that it doesn't enable our favorite heroes from yesteryear. In an interview years ago with a clip I can't find anymore, Jeff Kaplan was talking to Fran, and he sort of had like a mini rant about the meta and sort of revealed how little he cares about what the top meta is. He said, there's always going to be a meta. What the hell do you people want? Sort of like bothered that we were even demanding that he balance the game. And now that the developers are consistently tweaking everything.
I said this earlier, but that was the, they didn't know what to do with the game. They made the game. It's like the Nintendo Smash Bros thing. Smash Bros has a very high competitive scene, but Nintendo wants it to be a party game, you know? So it's a different philosophy. That's how Overwatch was. I feel like that's a great example to Overwatch's balancing philosophy. The community saw it as a competitive game, while the Overwatch devs saw it more as like a shooter party game. Like an FPS Smash Bros.
To try to level out the pick rates and win rates. How do they manage all these expectations simultaneously? It's only getting worse, guys. There's more heroes coming down the line. There's more wacky heroes with big over-the-top abilities down the line. Is this the game we want to be playing or not? Because that's what we got. We're never going back to simple Overwatch 1 in whatever version you thought it was supposed to be. It can never be that again. And it probably never was. Because whatever version of Overwatch you liked, someone else hated and was demanding them to change it. What I'm most looking forward to is new games in the hero shooter genre to come out. Because I think only then will we start to appreciate how much better Overwatch 2 is than Overwatch 1 for just the average player. Maybe it's worse as a high-tier, complex, competitive game, fine. But to just enjoy the mechanics freely without being as...
I think it's worse for the Overwatch average player. Quick play is rotten to the core in Overwatch 2. Like, quick play is more competitive often than comp. Like, for the casual player base, this game isn't going to last much longer, you know? So, like, you can say that, like, that, you can make that argument, but, like, you can't, you'd have to show examples, you know? But from the general feel and from other videos I've seen of people making the same exact type of content, they've also complained about how quick play is more often not than more competitive than competitive. So it's just, you know,
beholden to your teammates and to have a bevy of options. Overwatch 2 is actually closer to the game they were attempting to design years ago, losing some of the worst parts about the game. You used to need to have almost perfect in-concert team play to usher your team through a choke to just have a chance at seeing
it's
a team
2CP.
fight. So when Sam says,
go,
yeah, you
though.
can access the space better, but the duels are harder, it's like, yeah, but we used to never see space. Like, what do you mean? How is that better? And the closer we get to gumming up the works of putting more tanks in the way, the more likely we're closer to that again. All right, guys, it's been a long one. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to leave it a like, and don't forget to hit subscribe and click the bell.
All right, that's the end of his video. So I did a full in-depth breakdown on it. I know I said I was only gonna do like the first couple minutes of it, but I couldn't help myself. Like Well, would I rather play Overwatch 2 or talk about it? I'd rather talk about it. Dang it. You know? See, like, I there was things I agreed with. That's fine. It was only 3 hours. You know? Well, give or take, I had a long startup. It took me like 40 minutes to start up and just even start that whole thing because I was having to deal with my dog and other stuff, but yeah. Thank you for the follow. Keeper! I play strictly quick play. I started Overwatch 2 like a year and to learn keeping. Yeah. But yeah, like I think the moral of the story is that, like he said, like basically nobody's ever gonna agree on what Overwatch 2 would be. And my counter argument to that is Overwatch needs to confirm a philosophy for their game, that's what it's gonna be. They need to stop covering us in fog and either kill all hope for 6v6 to return, and all the people that are hoping for 6v6 can finally just leave the game and move on to different games like Marvel Rivals that's coming out that will be 6v6. And you were a nice breakdown from Zenless Zone. Thank you. Oh, yeah. I'm not trying to be mean to him. I just fundamentally just disagree, and I believe that 6v6 is a better game mode and just more healthy for the game. I think it's just simple disagreements. I think that, like, you know, I don't think there's any reason to be toxic to people or like call these people stupid, because they're not stupid. They've played the game. This is just the version of the game they've always wanted. So you have very valid opinion. Thank you. Appreciate that. I've played Overwatch since basically the beta. I've been through everything they've gone through, so I have the same experience. Sure, I'm a bit younger than the rest of them, but you know, I still feel very passionate about the game, and I just fundamentally disagree with Overwatch 2 and the design philosophies. But I think a lot of Overwatch's problems were just lack of content, lack of maps, and that was it. And a lack of fundamental balancing, because a lot of issues in Overwatch 1 actually could be solved with balance patching, while a lot of issues in Overwatch 2 leave you at the mercy of whatever cooldown is currently going down. Overwatch 1, the biggest problems were basically shields and alt charge metas, where like you had to do alt combos, but that's also part of the skill of the game because it's a team-based game. And I think that you should have to, in a team-based game, have to work together with the team. If you didn't want to work together with a team, go play team deathmatch. Go play, you know, free-for-all. That's what those game modes are there for, you know? I don't think there's anything wrong with those game modes, but I just want to play a team-based game where I can coordinate with the team. So that is where I stand on it. I like the MOBA aspect a lot more than the shooter aspect of the game, because I don't think the shooter aspect of the game complements the game and all the aspects that Overwatch could be. So I don't think Overwatch 2 is harder. I think it's just more frustrating, and I don't think frustration should be confused with hard, like, difficulty. Like, a lot of things are a lot easier to do in Overwatch 2. That doesn't make the game harder. That makes the game more frustrating. And I feel like a lot of people get that mixed up. You know, frustration doesn't only come from difficulty, it comes from getting cheaped out of things. So I think that's where I disagree with him the most on. And I think it can be fixed. I just think it's gonna be hard fixes, or you know, just a clear direction of what they want the game to be. Is that way I can continue playing a game that I love with the hope of something that I used to love coming back, or I can drop the game for a game that I know that'll come out soon and have the team aspect that I want. Like, maybe not as perfect or as fine-tuned as what Overwatch used to be, but of what I hope it could be. You know, because the world could always use more heroes. So yeah. All right, now with that out of the way, we shall play a couple games of Overwatch, because after talking about it so long, might as well play like a couple games before, you know, before we do that. Especially we're gonna have like a long discussion. Should I turn that whole 3-hour part of the stream into a video? Would that be interesting? So like, maybe, you know what? I'll probably do that. I'll edit it into a video and upload it. Why not? But yeah. Well, it'll already be on my YouTube channel, this whole stream, so. But yeah, it's nothing bad, just fundamental disagreements. And yeah. 5v5, maybe it could work if it had the right start. If the game started from the ground up. You know? And the roots were there for 5v5. But the problem was, is the game wasn't built for 5v5. It was built for 6v6. All right. Not the answer sign. Let's play a little bit. All right, let's play deathmatch while we're waiting.
Now entering King's Row.
Lucha the Reaper. Is Zenless Zone a good game or is it not? Like, I hear a lot of people playing it. I've heard a lot of mixed opinions about it. But is it good? Is it a good MiHoYo game or is it a bad one? Because I've heard both sides, but I haven't really paid enough attention to make my own form of opinion of it.
Hello. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, then a 10-kilometer run. And they say chivalry is dead. And they say chivalry is dead. And they say chivalry is dead.
Ooh, this one has teeth.
I like it. It was pretty good. Tell me about it. What is it about? Do it have any characters that I like in it? What's the gameplay like? I kind of want to look into it just a little bit, but just a little bit, because a lot of people are talking about it. But I would only put with my friend that I'm a trend chaser, right? More, but because I can't be curious about a game. Yeah.
Spend every moment growing into who you truly are.
I'm not a trend chaser. I just like lots of games. Not a trend chaser. You're literally just playing a game that recently released, has been teased for a while now. It's 100 gigs, so oh my gosh! What the heck?
5, 4, 3.
Why is it so massive?
Objective under space.
Rounding forth.
Remember, don't give up. Negative.
Come here, will you?
Check it.
Understood.
Hostas.
You're better off with me. Have it getting worse.
Targeting hostile.
Come here, will you?
I'm not gonna let you die, not the answer.
Over here. Feeling better.
They took him from us.
Impressible.
No, not the answer died. So sad.
Life protects life. A little care always helps.
I'm actually gonna die here. Oh no, not the answer. My heal couldn't charge fast enough.
We can't let them push ahead.
A touch of regrowth.
Enemy in sight.
Oh, I finally died. This for a small area and fighting is really good. You kind of like Honkai Impact Third. I've never played Honkai Impact Third. Unfortunately.
Irrepressible.
Duplication initiated.
Excavation initiation.
Bum, 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 bum. So that's all. I'm sorry, that was a bad example. I didn't mean to like dump on your example, but I just genuinely I've just never played it.
Can't have it getting worse. Big hug for large present. The barricade's moving. Join us. Some healing.
Bum, 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 bum.
I
Fall
believe
back.
the robots
Run,
belong
not the
to
answer.
us.
Run.
Don't you? A touch of regrowth. Fall back.
All systems are optimal level.
Ah, man. Another game to compare gameplay to because I used to know a lot of people who use Genshin or Star Rail.
Embarrassing if you're
Yeah, I play a
shameless.
lot of Genshin.
Hostile spotted.
Part of me kind of wants to go back to playing Genshin a little bit, but also part of me knows like, hey, that gameplay loop isn't really fun. So it's too grindy
Is there yet?
for my taste, at least. Not a lot to do, too much.
Targeting hotspot.
Something for the skin.
We are pushing ahead.
Duplicating Reinhardt.
Oh my gosh! Nice ult combo with Genji, not the answer?
A little care always helps.
Careful, Cass.
Engaging enemy combatants. We almost have the lead, so keep going.
There, an enemy. Light protects light.
We are moving.
The tree is falling. Take care.
I'm gonna take advantage of this cover.
Excavation initiation.
I think we lost DPS. Ah, man. I tried to save him. What? What's up?
Target stuck. Patience pays off.
What's up, nothing insane? Can we actually watch that back to see the echo? Why? Can I have a reason why we're watching the echo?
Ready for battle.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. It keeps me sharp.
4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds. Remember, we don't give up.
Negative.
Hello, Jen! Long time no see. How you been?
Strike quickly and hold their movement.
Be careful.
I'm glad you're doing good. Welcome to my stream.
No.
We just got done doing a full breakdown on an Overwatch video from your Overwatch. It was like a 3-hour long breakdown where I just kind of went into the fundamentals of like Overwatch and stuff from like a casual experience. So nice. That's back when I was fighting the Genji. Or fighting with Genji.
Thank you for the assistance. Burn them down. Adaptive circuits engaged. Cassidy.
I don't see anything that she's doing wrong.
We are providing escort.
When she comes back, we'll watch at 2.5 speed. Maybe it's towards the end of the game when you probably noticed it. Let's see.
Target stuck.
Because usually if they're cheating, you can see like stuff better at 2.5 speed.
Patience pays
Just
off.
me, because she went from really bad to really good. She looked like she was doing good the entire time. She just didn't get a lot of kills. She was doing really good engagements and got like just couldn't finish people off. That's what it seems like to me.
Focal point locked.
Yeah, that looks pretty normal because it wasn't
You're one of
really
Talon's
locked on.
best. Interesting.
Kurama! The gold. Oh snap. Completely misses that. Yeah, I don't really see anything wrong with what they're doing, not the answer. They looked like they were doing fine. Like, even at the start, they were playing well. It's just that they couldn't get a lot of finishers. Like, they left a lot of people at low HP. So, it was just like they weren't able to secure kills very well at the start. Yeah. It wasn't like sus like that Widowmaker, when the Widowmaker literally stopped in the middle of the match and then all of a sudden had like the best aim ever created by man with terrible positioning. I can always tend to lock in towards the end, yeah. Like, it just happens. I do want to comment. Why? Why do you want to put us through that?
Let's make history.
Cause content. Ooh my.
I can dig that. I can dig that. Tastes like dirt.
I'm sort of making this up as I go. Ooh, what's that over there? Hi.
Jinx. I said hi at the same time.
Take over the lead.
I can dig that.
Yeah.
I can dig that. I can dig that. I can dig that.
Affirmative.
Tastes like dirt.
100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and a 10 community.
My ultimate's charging. Yeah! Surprise!
But also, see what I mean about queue times? Like, we're just playing quick play, and we're already at a 2-minute queue. Like, the queue times have gone up, because we're not fighting games as fast as we used to. Like, our average is around 2 minutes now per queue. I bet I'm gonna be tank. Oh no, I'm not. Okay, cool. I was gonna say.
Let's make history.
Stay sharp. It's hard to keep a lot when
Can I play Venture? I'm going on an adventure, venture. I'm going on an adventure, venture.
I'm Dinah Zeiter. Tastes like dirt.
My friend.
Five,
I'll say something in chat, but I know I'll probably be banned if I say it in Overwatch. I mean, what? That you want to fuck Cassidy?
Muchísimas gracias. Oh, yeah. Let's get him. Enemy here.
Oh crap, I made a misplay. I thought the bounce could get me all the way up to the second platform, but I was wrong.
Огонь по готовности.
Dang, you thought Grav could actually get a kill in Overwatch 2? Disgusting. Everybody knows Grav is the worst tank on Overwatch 2. Oh man, gaming!
I'm sort of making this up as I go. Coming through.
Damn it! I got burned. Her whole team was ready. I thought I could get an easy pick by her hiding up there. I thought she was a lot lower than she was.
I'm really feeling the heat. Back in action, baby. Turret here. Excavation initiation. I can dig that.
I'm dead. At least I gotta die with my team though. I made it back just in time to die with them.
Enemy turret ahead.
That's a bump on the noggin. Sure. I'm raring to go.
It appears we have suffered a minor setback.
Watch it. Enemy turret ahead.
I have the payload. Everyone relax.
Watch it. Enemy turret ahead.
Nerd.
Watch it. Enemy turret ahead.
Damn it. No, not the answer. You left me. I thought we were gonna take her on. That's why I was waiting there. I'm sad. I thought you wanted to actually win that fight. Okay, you're gonna leave me again. I'm not gonna take that fight this time. I learned my lesson. You only could have abandoned me once. Alright, I'm dead that time. I'm dead.
I can't die. I've still got ready. Ultimate's ready.
My ultimate is ready. Go. I'll be watching.
Enemy turret ahead. Excavation initiation.
Damn, dude. I tried. Oh, I'm dead.
Thanks. Working out. Excavation initiation.
Got her.
That really helps.
Keep an eye out. What's up?
What's up?
Over here.
Oh, Tomatic! Long time no see. How you been? It's good to see you. Thank you for stopping by my stream. I'm doing good. We did like a 3-hour long breakdown of like the fundamentals of Overwatch though, so that was pretty fun.
Coming through.
Hostile mark. I spot an enemy. Enemy here.
Dumb it. Doing okay as well. Nice, nice, nice. I'm happy for you. I'm happy.
Keep that up, baby. Excavation initiation.
Damn it, dude. Well, it really didn't change anything. I used it on the wrong people.
I'm okay. 60 seconds. Sure thing. Watch it. Enemy turret ahead. Excavation initiation. I can dig that.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Junker coming.
Keeping the heat on.
Oh, I didn't go up where I wanted to go. We gotta kill the supports. They're keeping the Zarya up. Yeah, they got Moira, so. Oh, we got Moira too. I didn't know that.
Out of the grips and into the vicinity. Move out.
The problem is our it takes like a lot of resources, but not getting a lot of utility. I'm actually dead here, maybe? I'm dead, but at least I stalled. Good game. Yeah. My tank didn't want to swap off junk, so. Alright. We're gonna leave because it's not one of us. Let's continue on. Bum 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 bum. When done.
A better world is possible today. How?
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
I carry my data alone.
I think I can make it worth my time.
Watch who you trust. No mistakes, no mercy. Forgiveness is earned. Rise like the sun.
All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's get a big Alari ult. Come on. We can do it. We're looking for a large Alari ult. We can do it. Can we do it, gamers? I want to get at least 2 kills. That's a large Alari ult.
Healing pylon out.
Thank you. Heads up.
Healing pylon deployed. Stop pushing yourself.
I spotted enemy.
Assessing healing pylon.
Run, on the answer, run!
Stay close. I'm trying to help.
Well, if I die, I'll probably swap to Ana. Nice, nice, nice.
My ultimate. Attack. The objective is mine. I am not going to watch you die. Killing pylon deployed.
No. Keep an eye out.
Positioning healing pylons. Captive sound is ready to go.
Let them out.
I was made for this.
Heads up. Stay alive, boys. Get into the gear.
Working on it.
Watch here. Merci.
Oh my goodness. Dude, Alari is so nice.
Heads up.
See you later. Watch who you trust.
You have my thanks.
Healing pylon, I hear you.
Oh, I might be dead here. I might finally die.
Stay close. I'm trying to help.
Enemy here.
Muéstrame dónde te duele.
Hi there.
Positioning healing pylon. Stay near my pylon.
Yes.
Bum 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, bum 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 bum.
Seriously? I'm killing you. Notice.
Dang, finally done. Yeah, that anti-heal is crazy. Oh, you swapped Ana? Okay, I almost have my ult, so I'll probably stay as Alari and then maybe swap to Kiriko or Zen. If I need to. Land good antis on Malga, then we roll them.
Come in.
So if he presses E, just slap him with the...
Don't trust. No looking back on target. Healing pylon out. Quédate cerca para que puedas curarte. Positioning healing pylon.
I left the target.
My ultimate is ready. Basement samurai! Apagando las luces. We're outnumbered. I won't hold.
I'm dead, but... They got a Kiriko, so now I can't play my character, so... Dang, dude.
I'll find my own path.
Peace. Is that it? Careful.
Draw strength from nature. 狐の鍵爪を解き放て EMP activated.
Is it keep bad? Dang. I mean, sure, whatever. Jeez.
Keep an eye out.
Flashpoint unlocks in
Group up
10
with me.
seconds.
I'm on my way.
Komorebi no gotoku. Taking the objective.
I'm gonna use that to save you, not the answer.
Damn it.
They took away my ability to walk now. Not my ult. I'm glad I didn't use it.
Time to fall back.
No. Oh my goodness.
I stepped one.
Carried on the wind.
Eyes on a target.
The Kitsune is ready to be unleashed.
My ultimate charge.
I've got you.
Enemy in sight. My ultimate objective. Nano boost administered.
Let the needs work. We're going to get together.
Nice. Good teamwork. Good teamwork.
Over here.
My gift to you. Infused with light. Appreciate it.
Targeting hostile.
Got it.
Help me. Over there. Eyes on a target.
Under my protection. 狐の鍵爪を解き放て
Oh, I tried, not the answer. Oh my. GG. Oh my. That's an oh my right there. They all hopped off point to kill, not the answer. They all hopped off point to kill, not the answer. They all hopped off point to kill, not the answer. Jeez. That's funny. They all bum rushed not the answer, and I kept not the answer alive just long enough so they stayed off point. That's hilarious. That is the funniest thing ever. Nice play, not the answer. Oh my goodness, one more. We'll do one more. One more. That is so funny. That was bait. You were the best bait you could ever ask for. That is hilarious, dude. They just wanted you so bad. They wanted you more than they wanted the game. Night Thor, my thinking organ hurts. Alright, Nightjar, thank you for hanging out. I will definitely miss you. Please be safe and take care. I get a post a lovely picture tomorrow. I mean, it's the picture on my right here to my left. Yeah, it's a cow pic. But also, I have another cow pic that I gotta post. It's from the guy that made the model. I couldn't post that one because it was obviously the same artist, same art style, so same model.
Select your hero.
I'm feeling about being toxic.
Strike from above. Draw them into my web. Taking off.
Systems online. Weapons ready.
Understandable.
Good leadership makes all the difference.
Based. That's what a bad player says to cover their own butt. Quick play. That's how I feel about that.
Capture objective A.
Hostile here. Over there. Turret detected.
Over here.
Dame. Dame. Dame, dame, dame.
I don't stay down.
Meteor strike.
Skylar_Skydancer raided my stream with 7.
Whoa! Hi, little Dragon Bros here to invade your chat. Welcome! Welcome, you've joined the local villain. Thank you for raiding me. I hope your stream was awesome. What'd you play? Tell me all about it. Thank you for shouting them out on the insane.
No one can hide from my sight.
Oh man.
Repositioning.
Okay. Almost on my ult though. I'm gonna yoink that.
Health restored.
Dumb it! I kill Bastion, but I have to all in on Bastion, otherwise he doesn't die. Sad face. Sky Dancer, thank you for the follow. We were doing Omar, so I'm not gonna be staying around long. I streamed for 7 hours. Oh my gosh. Yeah, have a good night. Yeah. Take care. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. The Night of Fark. Thank you for the follow as well. We did like a 3-hour long breakdown of like Overwatch history and meta like not that long ago. I did like a breakdown of like everything that's happened, the 6v6 versus 5v5 debate, you know, just like all that kind of crazy stuff like not that long ago. Take that, Bastion!
Suppress this target with the payload.
Plenty of bombs to go around.
Meteor strike.
Dame, fucking Bastion.
No one can hide from my sight.
Do something!
I'm gonna play Sojourn, see if that can help me. I keep playing projectile characters. Damn it, dude. I cannot group up with my team. They all push in without me, and then I get there and they die. I'm out of sync. I'm sad face. Look at this.
Alright, Flounder. It's my turn. Over here.
Breaking them down.
Engage this enemy.
Coming through.
Oh man.
I'm on my game now.
I'm dead from burn. Damn it.
She's gonna blow.
Might have to. It's about to get real.
Over there.
Merci.
Place this target. Payload stalled. Get on. Dodge this.
I'm gonna take away that spot from him for a second.
Not so fast.
Just what I was looking for.
Nearly ready to overclock.
This ends now. You're done. No one can hide.
Dame.
60 seconds remaining.
Dame.
Come on, Vivian. Get yourself together.
I want that payload moving.
I could swap to Sombra.
That feels much better.
I'm dead. Alright.
Helden sterben nicht.
Our team has just been fighting this entire time.
10 seconds remaining.
If we're hoping to win, now's the time.
I tried so hard to stay on point as long as I could. Our team just fights too much, dude. The blaster rather than revive, yeah. All right. Dang it, dude. I was hoping we'd get a win, but I know if I keep playing, we're just gonna continue our loss streak because we got 1 win out of the day today. So yeah, I'm not gonna play. We got 1 win already, so we basically won the night. Oh my gosh, that's my chibi model. Oh my goodness, hold on. How'd this happen? There it is, bam. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and heck and raid somebody now. It's our turn. Our turn to do the raid. Let's raid. Let's raid. Oh. Who shall we raid? Who shall we raid? Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. I know who we're gonna raid because I said I was gonna raid them the other night, but I never did. Alright, thank you everybody for coming and hanging out tonight. If you liked hanging out, please make sure you sub up a nice let me think follow. We'll be talking more about Overwatch stuff as new developments come out. So if you like Overwatch and you like talking about Overwatch, definitely stick around. But we also are going to do multi-stream stuff because I have a debut coming out in just 2 or 3 days. Oh, yeah, 2 days. Just 2 days. So that's gonna be awesome.
I love Bigfoot.
So I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and then I'll see you guys on the debut. So please take care. We're gonna do some amazing things. I'm gonna try to set up some collabs. Hopefully, I can finally get some collabs now that it's like a couple days before. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. Bye bye.